Good morning. From my location. Good afternoon and good evening. Depends on your time and your location or on the time that you are going this program is going to reach to your location. I greet you from here. I greet all the Biafrans under United States of Biafra as their new country. I greet you all once again this morning. I greet Mazi Nnamdi Okwu, the President of United States of Biafra. I greet my Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoku of United States of Biafra. I greet my Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Odabueze, the Deputy Prime Minister of United States of Biafra. I greet all the Biafra armies, commanders, generals in the whole 40 states that's made up of United States of Biafra this morning. And I welcome you all on this program this very morning as we adhere to let the world know what Biafran people are going through today. It is imperative that we present to the world what we are passing through and what is happening to us. It's also let the world to know that what British could not be able to do in 1967 to 1970, that they have come, try to do it at a wrong time. British failed to jail Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, and they regretted of why did they allow him to flee from Nigeria to Ivory Coast, where he was being saved, and later come back and stop Biafra movement. I am here this morning for us to rub our mind, to remind the world the inhuman treatments, the abuse of rights, the intimidation, the killing that this thing they call Nigeria, who is a shame. Nigeria is a shame in the eyes of the whole world. Nigeria is never a country from day one. We are sending direct message to the worlds, to the world powers. If Russia can recognize Afghanistan, what stops America, Israel, Austria, Australia, Sweden, Norway, and France, the evil France, every country in the world, to recognize the people of Biafra after our declaration of United States of Biafra on November 29, 2024. We are calling on all these world powers. We are calling on all these countries to do the needful, to look at the Biafran people and what we are passing through, the intimidation, the abuse of rights, the inhuman treatment, to recognize the United States of Biafra as a country that will help the world to end the killing of the indigenous people who Nigeria and their Boko Haram, ISWAP, Lakrawa, and all of them today are in Nigeria killing the indigenous people. In Nigeria is that country that indigenes that who live in their ancestral land do not have rights, to participate or exercise their rights. That is where we have find ourselves. That is why we are fighting to leave this death sentence called One Nigeria. The only thing they know is how to intimidate the indigenous people who are living on their own, because this country called Nigeria amalgamation was all about intimidation that Britain brought to the people in 1914. And before the 1914, Britain has been already killing the indigenous people. The evidence of it is, check the history of how British destroyed the Kumeku warriors. Agiju Noba, go and check what happened. And how British destroy Arochukwu, Arondizog, today, as one of the Shi that protects the people of South-Eastern region today. All this that happens is an evidence of how British never want us to live. That is why British failed to jail Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. Today, they give Nigeria power that the only thing they can do is to jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. But we are here. So let them know that this is 21st century. It can never happen. That we understand the game that is playing out. And they are late in their mission. Because Biafra has been redeclared as a sovereign state on November 29, 2024. We are now seeking for international recognition. We are seeking for only international recognition. So they came late. And that is how Chukwuka wanted it to happen. We know that after the creation of a country, that the new country will face country boundary disputes and the many challenges that makes them a new country. That is why we are this morning again telling Biafran people to do not panic. Stand strong. We have achieved what will bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out, like every other leader who has fought for freedom of his own people. Who has what? Fought for his own people. Someone like Nelson Mandela was sentenced to life imprisonment. Someone like Nelson Mandela was sent to the life imprisonment, despite that he's not fighting for secession. Despite that he's not fighting to do what? To divide South Africa. But imagine him fighting to end apartheid regime in South Africa, could be sentenced to imprisonment by South African government. What Nigeria did today, they grab it from countries like Pakistan, South Africa, and their godfather, British. Because the landlord, Nigeria the Fulani herdsmen, the Fulani jihadis are the caretaker of British in that thing they call one Nigeria, that means a death sentence to every indigenous person. My people, one Nigeria must free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra. Remember, hashtag must continue on a viral note this time around, my people. I am telling you this for you to know that we don't have to be shaken. We must remain strong and resolute at the time that we are into. I told you, all of us here, by September, that the plans of Nigeria is to sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu life imprisonment, and they will ask him to go to appeal court. What happened? Exactly what happens on 20th of November. But do you know why it happens? Because Nigeria and British fell in 1967 to 1970 to jail Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, who tried to divide Nigeria. So today, they have seen the avenue of trying to accomplish what they could not be able to accomplish in 1967 to 1970 to this date. We are here today to bring in histories of the world. So, the movement of the jihadist Islamization in Nigeria is what British supported from the time immemorial till today. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a Christian who is fighting for the betterment because of the marginalization of Eastern region. And before he started fighting for Biafra, he was someone who had lead a protest to make Nigeria a better country in London. Go and check the history. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was a speaker in that particular protest in London, in UK, to let the world know what is going on. That the inhuman treatment, the killings that is going on in Nigeria is unaccepted. This is what he protests for. He was a member of APOGA in abroad, a speaker also in abroad for APOGA party. So he was someone who believed in one Nigeria before Chukwu Abiyama, the spirit of Biafra, the spirit of those that was died through the genocidal war in 1967 to 1970, captured him and hold him, and he come back to do what? To fight, to liberate the people of Eastern region, to give them a good life. So today, as you can see, a country that's in the world, they tag a country of particular concern, a country where genocide is going on, a country where the killings of the indigenous people are going on, is a country who is sentencing a man without gun and bullets. That is no longer in the time that the world is all about a freedom of speech. And they call it all his word hell speech. That because of hell speech, that is why they will sentence him in life imprisonment. It don't happen anywhere in the world. That is why we said on our headline, Nigeria is a shame to the whole world. It is the high time that the whole world, or those that believe in Christianity, fight for their own. The way those who believe in Islamization, of Nigeria are fighting for those that believe in their ideology. It is a time to defend your people that believe the same ideology with you. Roman or Rome, where Catholic feel that this is the head, what are they representing? What are they representing? All the killings that made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today to fight for freedom of his people has been brought to the eyes of the international global community. At this stage we are into, the world must revoke Nigeria's territorial integrity. What the world did to the people of South Africa in time of Namibia fighting to live and stay on their own in Africa. They revoked Nigeria territorial integrity. Sorry, they revoked South Africa territorial integrity. They revoke it and put them where they belong. Commonwealth must be sanctioned Nigeria. UN must sanction Nigeria. EU must sanction Nigeria. OAU must sanction Nigeria right now, because their impunity has made all of you who are member, where Nigeria is a member, Nigeria has brought shame to all of you. Nigeria has proved how corrupt all of you are inside that organization that British always put Nigeria into. Because it was them that was registered Nigeria in Commonwealth. As we are into Biafra genocide war, British registered Nigeria inside Commonwealth. A country that are killing the indigenous people. That is why, present now, the meaning of one Nigeria is death sentence to every indigenous person. That is why people are dying every day. That is why protest is going on in that contraction, in that entity, in that thing they call Nigeria, that means a death sentence to every indigenous people. We are bringing to the notice of the world, to EU, to UN, to AU, we are bringing notice to you that Nigeria has failed all of you. Nigeria that America has tagged what? A country of particular concern is the one sentenced a hero that in Guinness Book has made his history. That he will become one of those first time an Igbo man precisely is going to enter Guinness Book of World Records for standing strong and become a freedom fighter who will liberate his people. This is a high time it has happened. So we want to inform the world to notice what is going on in that chain called Nigeria. That means a death sentence to every indigenous person. Nigeria on its own is a country of Islamic agenda. A country. Nigeria is not a secular country. Because in a secular country, you will have rights, even in your counties, to do things with your own. Nigeria is a secular country when it's come to Biafrans. Nigeria is a country that has two laws. In the north, they have Sharia law that they have been practicing before the amalgamation of 1914. Nigeria has been practicing in the north jihadist Caliphate of the Sokoto has been practicing Sharia before the declaration, before that thing they called One Nigeria. So we are calling on all the countries that are off of this world to know that the injustice on the indigenous people from the southeast, eastern region is overdue. The accumulated anger of people of the southeastern region will explode and the world will marvel. That is why we are calling on all you who are well-meaning countries, who represent your people, who know what your people are passing through today, to please speak on behalf of Biafran people. Biafra has been redeclared on November the 29th, 2024. We redeclared Biafra with a document, with a mandate of over 50 million Biafrans who voted, who Biafran Prime Minister and his cabinet members organized a self-referendum that leads towards to mandate of redeclaring Biafra as a country. We also, on October, voted that the name that people want is what? United States of Biafra. Over 50 people was voted, or 70 people was voted that Biafra, that the name is going to be United States of Biafra. The same way, before our declaration of United States of Biafra, that people of Biafra also voted for delegates, for executive, to select those that are going to work in Biafran government. Immediately Biafra were declared, and they adhere to that instruction being given them by our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa Njoku, with the mandate of over 50 million that was voted on the self-referendum vote. In Finland, where Biafran people find a soft landing country where we make our declaration on November 29, 2024, those that went to Finland also signed on the declaration of United States of Biafra on November 29, 2024. They all voted for this declaration. So it simply means that the people of Biafra choose what they want. The concept of the Biafran people in all over the countries in the world was consigned, and those in the homeland also give their support. That is why, after our re-declaration of United States of Biafra, Biafra become a sovereign state, because we have met all the criteria that the world are looking, that the Video Mountain Convention of 1933 asked us to do. We also met the criteria of the international global community, of the UN. We have our documents, we have our grievances, we have our signatures that will sign that Biafra is a sovereign state. The most good news of it is that we are not fighting under armed struggle. We are fighting under peaceful movement of Biafra to be a country. Remember, all that is happening in Nigeria right now is happening because they denied the people their rights. In 1967 to 1970, the first denial of the rights was the amalgamation that nobody seek the interest or opinion of the indigenous people before the amalgamation of 1914. So, the killings that is going on today, it is a mistake of the amalgamation, the name Nigeria is a mistake. The name Nigeria is intimidation. The name Nigeria is injustice. The name of Nigeria is inhuman treatment. The name of Nigeria is abuse of rights. The name of Nigeria in all and all is a death sentence to every indigenous people. That is what Nigeria simply means. Nigeria means a death sentence to every indigenous people. That is what Nigeria simply means. So, with all the videos that is coming out today, with all the happenings that is going on, the only thing that a country that has been designated to a country of a particular concern could do is to sentence a man, a freedom fighter, under self-determination. In the UN Charter, they make us understand that the last thing, when you are experiencing the thing that makes Nigeria to become a country of particular concern today, when you're experiencing all those things, that the only option is last option for you is under self-determination to make a declaration of a new country for you to save your life. That is why we are asking UN. The law of self-determination is it for a black man. Amina Mohammed, the president of UN, we are asking you, this your self-determination law, is it meant for black people at all? Because we saw when Ukraine and Russia is going into Gaga in the war, we saw the vice president of America rush in there and encourage the people of Ukraine. And what they said, I quote, they said that it's inalienable rights of Russia, of Ukraine, to form alliance, to choose their friends, to choose those that govern them under self-determination. And you encourage every country that wants self-determination, those that feel that they have been marginalized, like the way I, from the eastern region, was marginalized. The way nothing good is coming from Nigeria on my side, except death. The only thing good that the indigenous people, the poor masses, are experiencing in Nigeria is what? They are experiencing death all over. The intimidation, the meaning of the jihad that British handed the Fulani jihadist caliphate of Sokoto over to Nigeria is to murder and kill all the indigenous people for them to accomplish the mission of their jihadist movement. And who are dying? The indigenous people are the one that face all this movement that is going on today. So, before we go further, we want to present to the world evidence of what the indigenous people is passing through. And yesterday, being 20th of November, a man who is fighting to stop this killing of the indigenous people, called Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, Nigeria kidnapped him in Kenya and sentenced him life imprisonment yesterday. And he said, why we are sentencing him is that, or he made a hate speech that he used Radio Biafra to broadcast, and he tried to divide Nigeria. Nigeria, in the first place, is it a country? In the whole history of the world, it's only Nigeria that has a history of the document amalgamation of 1914. In what is the meaning of amalgamation? Oil interest, economic interest of British, a country interest of Frederick Lugard and his prime minister and his girlfriend. That is where people are claiming one Nigeria. That is why we're asking Britain, before the inside First World War, Second World War, did the Biafran people at all divide your Britain? Did we? But you are the one who seek out and saw your own today, because you know that inside where you are as a group, or inside where you are as an organization, or what happens to you, that in everything, that you are going to be sanctioned. British represent evil. Nigeria represents death. British is evil. Nigeria is death to every indigenous people. What Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said or used Radio Biafra to broadcast, he was not the first person, neither is he going to be the last. In 1948, Tafawa Balewa told people of the world that Nigeria is not a country, that is a mistake of white man. That Nigeria is just a mere geographical experience of a white man. That if the future purpose children refuse to divide Nigeria, that what is happening in Somalia will be better than what has going to happen in Nigeria. And today, those words in the line, in the making. Nnamdi Azikiwe repeat the same thing also, that Nigeria is not a country, that Britain has tried to force to manage the people, that they are not one people, they are not one ideology, they don't have one culture, they don't have one belief. How are we one people? And all that is seen that Yorubas are presented to the entire world has proved that we are not one people. We don't have the same culture. We don't have the same ideology. We don't have anything in common. How could it work? How could this mistake that Nigeria, that British has brought to us, is today killing the indigenous people, is what people are looking at and call it a country? It's never a country in the first place. So if it is a country, why all this is happening? If it is a country, why all this is happening is the question that calls for an answer, and why the indigenous people are being killed every day. Look at the example. Look at the evidence.
I'm among the next target that they are looking for me to kill. I've already said it. I've already said goodbye to my parents, to my children. I told them, if I die, that's it all. But when it comes to saying the truth with facts on the ground, look at the facts. The president of CAN in Nigeria denied. What sort of president? I hope he's not a member of a cultism. Because if he's a member of jihad, he's a partaker of blood sucking in Nigeria. But I know he's not there. May God show him mercy.
You want God to show him mercy?
He's innocent. He's ignorant. What he was saying, he doesn't know it. He doesn't know what is happening with us here in the north, especially Middleman.
Are you hearing it?
I'm among the
Look at them, a country.
They are looking for me to kill.
Not only this. This man today, they are looking for him to take him away. The way they take Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the voice of the voiceless, a man who wants to give the poor freedom, give them free education, give them good roads, give them good health. They have taken him away, they sentence him. But
what sort of president? I hope he's not a member of a cultism.
That is not the issue. They know what they are doing.
They have turned their attention to the West. They are forcibly occupying their
Look
land.
at those
and
that
telling
carry
them that they cannot
gun.
do anything about it.
And a man
A
who
whole
is,
presidency
listen
in
to
a
him,
country openly and brazenly supporting terrorists. All of you watching and listening all over the world, you know that Miyetti Allah is a terrorist organization. You know that. They have killed. They have said that Benue State is theirs for the taking as a spoil of war. All of you are aware of it. You know what they are doing. Anywhere you have Fulani headsmen, terrorists for that matter, they tell you, oh, they are pastoralists. They are allowed to do their businesses in the forest. All of you are aware of it. But you kept quiet, hoping that somehow Tinubu will emerge as the president, or an Igbo man will come as the president, and your family will start enjoying. But in the meantime, you have no more farmlands, you have no more forests, you have nowhere you can call your own home. The same stupidity exhibited by Hausa peasants that enabled Fulani to take Sokoto from them, that enabled Fulani to take Katsina from them, that enabled Fulani to take even Kanu from them. Every Hausa land is occupied either by a Fulani emir or a Fulani governor. Some of you don't want to reason, you don't ever learn that the main aim of Fulani is to conquer your land and enslave you. Look at Hausa people today. As I wrote yesterday, they are worse than a discarded tissue paper. They are worth nothing. Only their language is what is relevant in their lives. Everything else is lost. All of you are repeating the exact same mistakes that the Hausas made. That is why they are in trouble. And that is why they can never ever come out of it. They are all suffering from what I would an advanced version of the Stockholm Syndrome. Can you imagine that these people came into their land and took it over and they cannot do anything about it? Hausa is gone. It took Fulani very many years before they came out of their shell to say we are Fulani. Remember before, many years ago, they told you we are Hausa Fulani. We are Hausa Fulani. Because that time, their subjugation of the Hausa race hasn't been completed. Now they have completed it. Have they not completed it? And what is happening right now? I ask you what is happening now. Fulani have now come out to tell you we are Fulani people. Is that not what they are saying now? They are not telling you we are Fulani. No more Hausa Fulani. What does that tell you? That the Hausa race no longer exists. Do you want the same thing to happen to you? Do you want the same thing to happen to your families, to your villages? Do you want your towns, let's say Obomosho, to be renamed into a Fulani name? Do you want Onisha to answer a Fulani name? Forget all the nonsense about unity of Nigeria. All they are uniting against is your common interest. Unless you prefer epileptic power supply, unless you prepare to live your whole life without running water, unless you want to live in abject poverty and deprivation, your only alternative is a revolution. Let nobody discourage you. All the countries of the world doing very, very well, they all went through a revolution. You must go through it. If you don't go through it, you can never ever survive as a people. Fulani will take you over. As simple as that. This very day, we are making it known to the whole world that the Muslim extremist dictatorship masquerading as a secular democratic government must be demolished. It must be demolished for you to survive. They have to be demolished. If you do not demolish them, your lives will end very, very miserably. I assure you. I assure you. The zoo is on its knees. Everybody knows that the zoo called Nigeria is on its knees. Who doesn't know that? Everybody knows. Nothing is functioning. You are all aware of it. When they say go and register for NIM or whatever rubbish is called, all of you took that without legislation, without any laws. Fulani can control you however they like. Once they announce it, Yoruba newspapers very foolishly and stupidly will support them because they want Tinubu as the president. And you are all dying every blessed day. You are all dying every day. Had you people risen up to say that what is happening in Nigeria is bad, there is no way that Fashoranti's daughter will not be alive today. That is the price you pay for duplicity. That is the price you pay for treachery. That is the price you will continue to pay until you rise up and say enough is enough. It is up to you to do it. You did it during NSAS. You can do it again. Can you imagine Fulani people telling you, if you remove Fulanis from Yoruba forest, imagine Fulani telling you, if you remove them from your ancestral lands, there will be war, and you are panicking. And you have not asked yourself, why are they not saying the same thing about the East? Why did they not say to Eastern Security Network? Why did they not say to me, if you don't stop evacuating Fulani terrorists from the forest, there will be war? Because they know, they understand psychologically that you don't have what it takes to resist them. Do you know why Borno State is still alive? Why you still have the Kanuri people in Borno today? Was because they resisted the Fulani centuries ago. You have to go back to history to understand how Nigeria came into existence. Fulani has been expanding from day one, from Senegambia. All the way from Senegambia, they've been expanding, and now they are in Okigwe. All the way from Senegambia. They are now in Okigwe. And you're asking us to somehow fold our hands and keep quiet because of 2023, because one idiot is going to come out to become a president, because of that rubbish, because of that nonsensical notion, we should fold our hands and wait until we are overrun by the Janjaweed from the Sahel. Is that how reasonable people think? Is that how people that wish to survive as a race, is that how they reason? It is very, very shocking that some of you do not understand what the Fulanis have in store for you. Very, very soon it is going to happen. And when it happens, your eyes will clear. And about whom you will see it very clearly. I was warning you in 2014, 2015, 2016. They said he's a warmonger. He's a warmongering. I went to America and I told World Igbo Congress that this war you are avoiding is going to come to your villages. They said, no, it's not going to happen. What is happening today?
Look at the orders of Nigeria. And they sentence a man who is a seer. Look at them. After Inyamere, they will call. Do you hear it? Those that with AK-47 was not sentenced. They was rehabilitated and put into military. That's why I told that the war of Biafra 1997 has never ended. We are still in war with Nigeria. Nigeria failed to jail Chukwuemeka Odumegwu or sentence him, or Britain failed to jail him. But today, they said that Jelle Mazi will stop. That is where they're making a mistake. Over 1,001 of Mazi is outside, and they have emerged by making a declaration of Biafra on 1970. Do you hear that? They are warning Tinubu. Are you hearing? If you understand the language, you can call me to explain for us more. If you understand this language, you can call or ask for number. I will give you so you can explain this to the world with AK-47. Do you see it inside the bushes that Mazi can just talk about? They are warning Donald Trump. They are wanting to not to bring Donald Trump in, that if he does, that the Christians will be wiped out. That is the only one I heard from what they are saying. And look at it. Look at this. He's showing you his rival he has. And the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who did not carry gun, only to broadcast and send a message as a seer, as a prophet to the world. He is the one that they are dealing with. Yes, get this pen. Let me call my number for you. The number to call is +9 7 33 60 51 337. That is number to call. I repeat again. +9 7 33 60 51 337. Exactly. Exactly of Peter AJ. They thought they would continue from when their evil plot people stopped. This is Yoruba. Yoruba think they can continue. But they never knew what is coming. And now that Nigeria has been tagged or designated on a country of a particular concern, I am going to give you the meaning of a country of a particular concern. Then you will see that kind of a country that are sentencing a man who is fighting for a freedom of his people. The number is only on WhatsApp you can call. The number is +9 7 3 6 0 5 1 3 7. That is number to call. So that's why I told you, British is regretting. London, UK, they are regretting why they did not jail Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. And today what happened? They have transferred their anger on Maazị Simon, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, and Maazị Simon Ekpanjoko. Please call the number only on WhatsApp. Only on WhatsApp. On WhatsApp is only number you can call, not direct call. Only on WhatsApp. Call on WhatsApp. So, I want us to understand what we are into. But I am going to give you exactly what ends all this that you're seeing. Maazị Nnamdi Kanu has entered in the World Book Record of Guinness Book, a freedom fighter. He's going to be someone that people are going to use his history to fight to defend themselves in future. That is what happened. And that is where we are right now. And Nigeria, a country that means a death sentence to every indigenous people. Their anger, the business of the Fulani jihadists in Nigeria is what? That Maazị Nnamdi Kanu expose the secret of the Fulani jihadists in Nigeria. The number is +9 7 3 6 0 5 1 3 7. That is number to call. If you want to call, that is the number. That is the number. No, we can't pin the number on the comment section because the country where I am, their law is that I cannot pin a number on a screen. That's why I can only call it with my mouth for those who want the number. This is a country, this is a law, and I must obey the law. The law is for everybody, their indigenous person here. You dare not. If you do, 6 months in prison. No fine. That is 1 year in prison. That is 6 months. So, but when you call the number like this, people will take and call. That is what they want. That is their law. Here, you don't take someone's picture anyhow without his consent. You dare not do that. The same 1 year imprisonment for you. So, people, this law I'm telling you, was just implemented on January 5th, 2025. Everyone adhered to that instruction immediately. That is how a rolling country. Nigeria, a country does not have a law. They only have a law when it's come to anybody who is not jihadis, who is not to Islamize people. You, Nigeria, have a law, but their law this Asia country. Once you put black plus, you will see the country there. You can find it out. Just add the number on your WhatsApp. You will get me. Don't asking me the country. Because it did not allow us to do that. Once you just go and aware yourself how you save numbers. From once you save plus, you save the number on WhatsApp. It will give you, you can call me. A country that is sentencing a freedom fighter. Are you hearing it? Listen. Fulani is taking over. Hey, we have a caller. After this call, we'll come back, my people. Good morning from here.
Good morning, sir. I am from River State, Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
Wow, you are from Iguacha? River State is
Yes,
a
sir.
foreign name being given to you by a white man who is killing us today. Go on, my brother.
Okay.
Go on.
I want to know what they were saying in that video. All those Fulani henchmen.
Yes, that is why we asked somebody who can explain. The only thing I understand in my only two way is that they are warning Tinubu to do not allow Trump to come to Nigeria. That if Tinubu eventually allowed Donald Trump to come, that he's going to lose his seat and they will wipe away the Christians who live in the north. That's what they're saying. That now they are all everywhere in Nigeria.
They are everywhere somehow, and Nigeria is not a safe country anymore.
Exactly. And they look at it, the man who come to save us, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, that is the one they give life imprisonment. I'm just laughing at them.
Yeah.
That is why people like you, people like me, we must stand on that declaration of United States of Biafra, because it's only recognition of Biafra as a country will set him free from the hands of this enemy. That is
Yes,
where
I
we are.
believe, and I stand on it. I stand on it.
Thank you so much.
I stand on Biafra. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my
I'll
brother.
go back to the.
Yeah, thank you. It's okay. So, my people, it's only Biafra recognition is what I am not in a hurry to bring you there, because we are going to go through down the history of the world to know what is going on. I hope you can hear the shooting. This Owerri is on fire. The Fulanese has entered. Are you hearing it? Do you think it's the child's play? Fulani has staged. Owerri, this is Owerri. And who will save these poor citizens are there? Are you hearing a whim? Are you hearing it? It's a war. That is why we touch all the countries to see what we are passing through. After sentencing Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, this is what we are experiencing. Please share the video. Are you hearing this? Fulani jihadists. They want to Islamize everybody. That is why you see all this killing. Do you hear it? Stay here and be playing.
Yoruba people don't vex. I beg Tinubu.
If you love the land, if you are patriotic as a Nigerian, this is the price.
The fight is dead.
This will be the reward.
The
But
reward.
If you are terrorists,
That is why
you are
Nigeria
under
is,
negotiation.
middle of Nigeria is a death sentence to every indigenous person.
Government will attend the wedding
Yes.
in Nigeria.
These
And
are the
nobody
indigenous
saying
people who are
anything.
dying.
So if therefore, if that is the position of government, then government is therefore telling us that we should also become terrorists. May God forbid that one.
Amen.
But if government is telling us that we should also become terrorists to live, then we'll go home and think over it.
Do you hear it?
Yes. we'll
The
go home and
indigenous
think over it.
people are
If
crying.
you love the
The
land,
Christians
you
in the
are
north are
patriotic
crying.
As a Nigerian,
The way you are hearing it from Biafra land also.
this will be the reward. But if you are a terrorist,
US,
call you for negotiation.
Austria,
if you are a
they
terrorist,
recognize
if you are
Biafra
getting
as a
wedded,
country, so we can
government
solve
will
this
attend the
problem.
wedding in Nigeria.
We can end this
and
security.
nobody saying anything.
We can end this killing.
So if therefore
We can
if that
help
is
the
position of
people
government,
that
then
nobody will
government
help
is therefore
them.
telling us that we should also become terrorists. May God forbid that one.
Amen.
But if government is telling us that we should also become terrorists to live, then we'll go home and think over it. Yes, we'll go home and think over it.
Do you hear it? The indigenous people.
This are
The indigenous people is bleeding.
Listen to it.
Hi, guys. You guys should pray for me because those videos are not easy.
People are dying. And the only thing Nigeria could do is to sentence. Look at them. The Fulani on the attack to the indigenous people. Are you hearing it? Attack on the indigenous people. The people that they are attacking don't have gun, they don't have any arm on this, but they want to wipe the indigenous people away. And you are there making mockery of yourself in social media. They ambushed a corner 4 days ago. The bandits, the Fulani jihadists, terrorists, Boko Haram, killed a brigadier called Oba. Nigeria could not rescue him, but they sentenced a man who is under self-determination of the UN Charter, fighting to liberate his own people. Are you hearing it? This is the Nigeria that people are proud because they say one Nigeria. Are you hearing it? Please like and share, let it go viral. For the world to see what we are passing through and why we are seeking, asking for Biafra recognition. The Biafra recognition is what will end this impunity. Now we have a government. Now that we have USB. Now that we have a government that can stood up, sign agreements, treaties with every country in the world. You told us that the declaration of a new country is a first step that makes a country a sovereign state. We have achieved it. Look at the killings. Look at the bullets. Look at what is going on today. Look at how indigenous people are being buried every day in the mass grave. We need only one thing. We only need recognition from the hands of the Israel, America, Canada, Sweden, Australia, Yugoslavia. We want recognition from all the Christian countries to end the impunity of the killings that is going on in Nigeria. And if you are here on my comment section calling this propaganda, may this happen to you and your family members. May you witness, may you be among those that they put on this coffin. May Fulanis attack you, attack your family members, and wipe you away. May you, who is on my comment, remain alive. But may this happen to your family, so you can feel the pains that these people are feeling today. This is what they call propaganda. This is Nigeria. This is an attack on the military of Nigeria. May this become your portion and your family members and your generation.
Watch this video.
Look at them. Look at them. These are the citizens. And this idiot who is commenting here is a caretaker. This is Nigeria. Look at those that are in charge of Nigeria. To attack, to kill the indigenous people. Hey, do you hear it? They will burn down the indigenous people. This is not. This is Benua. Look at it. This is it. And someone will be here commenting nonsense. You will have your stupid time to comment. I have a second to delete the nonsense that you commented. And also to block the hell out of you. Do you hear it? I know you're a Fulani man commenting. But what will end you is coming very soon. Look at it. And they sentence a man who is fighting for his people. And all this when they captured them, They will say, oh, we have rehabilitated them. They will put them in military, send them in the southeast, in the eastern region, in Biafra land. They will be burning houses. The same thing they are doing here. You see? Are you hearing it? We are not here for propaganda. We are here to give the world evidence. We are here to give America evidence more. We are here to give Israel evidence. We are here to give the entire world to see what is going on. This is an attack on the indigenous people. Look at it. Look at how bullets enter the house. This is how they kill small children, husband, wife, uncle, nephew, and all. Look at it. They chase the indigenous people away and take over. Look at these people running away from their home and they never come back again. Yeah, do you see it? Do you see it?
Yeah. Nigeria pastor. Old. Nigerians.
Listen.
So yesterday's date is the 20th of November.
Current happening.
Yesterday night. Today is the 21st. Bandits in their numbers attacked. They stormed St. Mary Primary and St. Mary Private Primary and Secondary School.
Again.
And Gwara local government area of Niger State. They stormed that school yesterday night. These guys came with over 60 motorcycles. 60. I'm just telling you fact. 60 motorcycles, and they came also with van.
What happened? Why are we on silent mode? Let me check something, please. Hold on, my people. 1 minute. Okay, we have a caller. That is why. Good morning. From here.
Morning, my brother. Thank you.
I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay, you don't hear Igbo?
I hear you very well. I have money Igbo. I have more.
I will Igbo, so man.
Go on. Go. I'm on live program. Every language is allowed. That is one thing. Every language is allowed.
Okay. So I know me here. You could get this morning. What I follow the moon up.
Okay.
So I know me concerning here. I won't be born a gabiga. Mana okwe mungota na Chineke anyị na-efe napụtara ụmụ Israel n'aka Fero. Ọ gaghị napụta ịpụ n'aka ndị ọjọọ a. And I water.
Yeah.
Even since yesterday, I draw them happy. I'm not happy to move. Last night, I prayed till the morning. Even this morning, I continue praying for that my brother.
Yeah.
What I create the channel when you are still, my prayer will can do what to be no to whether so you have the because I am Jawia Mamma does or Janya Hawea. And when a boom the Bible, our money.
Okay.
And when a boom the Bible, Shabai. Ha say, Omowa Ani Bofune. Ofuchi Kerani, Ndibo, Ani Bofune, Onyebula, one day. Obiara Gisi that a legum, Onya Wabila having a leguman, or one die in a hand me here.
Exactly.
Ilekata na-egwu ntụwa onye na-egwu n'ọgbagana akapụla ha egwu anyị na-agụle ọ na-enweghị iwe ịlụkata ala gụlụ onye ga-eme amagimo ọgọdọ ka akachie ụmụ ụwa ndị Igbo otu obi ka anyị ji aga ọgọdọ ka ịkwashie ọgọdọ ka anyị bụ ndị Igbo akwashie ya.
Yes sir.
Una wata now ọ bụrụ na ọgọdọ ka anyị kwashie ya because Aswan nada lelu, aswan nada akwanya. In a water now.
Yes.
So, here now, I wouldn't be where you do to be a swan wine. I would ne. Anambra Nemo, what not na.
Oh, Paul Morella Muhammad like your wine, then we're 2 states, divide and rule.
Yes, exactly. Now, be like a wash on with her. Then one day, and the Bondi, that's to the
when I get there. Yes.
So I go shit corner to onwe anyị ọnụ ọ gwara ihe anyị ga-eme and each corner to onwe anyị ọnụ anyị wukwazi sa anyị wukwazi ekokọtara na ekwesịghị ịgbasha ị na-aghọta and nke ọzọ ọwụ ihe anyị wuwo omuji amaghị onye gwa m sa ebe igbu isi anyị wuo omuji anyị wukwu unu na a na-egbu anyị na-eseghiri ise nwa mgbe anyị ga-eji anwụ otu mgbe
anyị bụ achara a na-egbu achara na-eto
exactly so njikwa gị ihe a na-awụ ihe njikwa gị ihe a na anụ m ihe ikwuge this morning that's why I do in my WhatsApp. So Chineke ga-emere anyị ebere jishi na ike.
Yeah, what is there is very simple. Can you wait to see ihe need ime bụ we have find a solution to our problem. Ị ma na ọ na-adị mma inwe nsogbu ịchọta ụzọ ka ị mara ihe bụ nsogbu gị ebiazie chọta ụzọ ị ga-esi wee mezie nsogbu ahụ. Gịnị bụ nsogbu anyị? Nsogbu anyị bụ na ihe ahụ anyị hapụrụ na 1967 to 1970 na anyị ga-ejekwa weghachite ya azụ. Gịnị bụ ihe afịa bụ Biafra. That is only who we are. And ịma na before Biafra na ndị a na ha nwere afọ ha na-akpa anyị ịnyamịrị. Ọ bụ ha na-akpa anyị. They see us an ịnyamịrị.
That ịnyamịrị ụmụademị of ịnyamịrị atụrụ m na north.
Yeah, go on.
Ụmụademị of ịnyamịrị ahụ.
Mba.
Ịnyamịrị ahụ wụ during the war, that Biafran time, no war.
Yeah.
So ndị Igbo agbagide ọsọ ofu onye n'ime ha agbakwuru onye Awụsa then ndị ahụ gbakwuru onye Awụsa ahụ mmiri na-agụ ya mmiri gaga ya si nye m mmiri ị na-aghọta what I mean now nye m mmiri so ha nwere ha aghọta dị ihe wunye mmiri ya wụzi nya mmiri ya wunye m mmiri wee ịnya mmiri that's the meaning of ịnya mmiri nye m mmiri.
And today, he was my address.
Exactly. So what's the song you want to mini? Guys, I'm thirsty. I need water. Do you understand? Yeah, we mini in Yamini. In our water now.
Yeah.
So Hana was like in mini. That is the meaning.
Yes. So the thing is that
many people already know that's in Yamini, mini.
So the thing that is this now when he had game. Now, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu with Ebono. When I will start giving a history of Undi Hemegro Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, someone like Nelson Mandela, somebody like Rahman of Bangladesh, their president, when he was arrested, Nelson Mandela, Rahman, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, and also Junior Matuta King and Magandhi of Africa of India. The same situation of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, they have into it. But the happiness I am happy, if you watch this yesterday, is that the solution to bring him out has already been there. What is the solution? Solution now, O2 area declare Biafra right now. We are looking for recognition. The recognition of Biafra as a new country will bring Mazen Nnamdi Kanu out. Rahman of Bangladesh was sentenced to death under 9 months. The people of Bangladesh come together with one mind. What is the one mind? You today, Gebidona Kwado, ihe ọbụna Biafra government na-ekwu. Ihe ọbụna United States of Biafra government Labour Ngozi Orabeze na-ekwu. Izi na akwadi ya ka enwe ka mba ụwa nwee ike inye recognition na nya abụrụgo a sovereign state, because na ihe mere o ji wee bụrụ na Biafra abụkwa a sovereign state bụ na this Britain, London and UK jere block mba ụwa. Do you know na Canada bịara recognize anyị? Do you know na UN bịara ka ha cease fire ka enye Biafra? Britain ajụ. Do you know that Sweden bịara? Do you know that many countries like France, even France bịara nasị nye ha oil asị ha mba ọ ha ewela. So na recognize Biafra ka onye ọbụla n'ime anyị ga-akwụnye n'okpuru Biafra gọọmenti nke a Ngozi Orabeze na-achị right now. Enwe ha kwa recognition for it now ma eburu ofu obi. Mazen Kanu apụta nkịta nke echiri, and nobody will sentence or arrest him again. But without this, even if Nigerian government try to set him free, they will arrest him because you know that he will not stop until he achieve Biafra. So support United States of Biafra. Can he want recognition? Then our problem will go. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu apụta. After this we are called now. Him na jina mbo. Inye history. Ihe mere
na support ihe na.
Otu esi support ya bụ na o depend ebe ị nọ. Ela na ekwu. Are you here? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's like network is distant.
Otu esi support ya o depend ebe ị nọ. enwere ndị Biafra nọ n'ebe ahụ ọ bụrụ na emesịa after my program give me a voice note ebe ị nọ ka m direct ga ebe ndị Biafra nọ na this government nọ ka iso ha na-eme ihe ha na-eme simple as ABCD mma gwa gị mma chụkwana gị ebe ị nọ because of security. So after the program send me a voice note, then I will give you a link ebe ị ga-esi banye ebe ndị mmadụ nọ depend their country ebe ị nọ or state ebe ị nọ. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, my brother, okwu am kwuru ka m chere repeat again. I want to nna ọgọdọka akwachie ya.
Exactly.
Onye ọbụla nwanne mejọ mgbe o mejọ ya gbaghara. Anambra na Imo anyị niile ma Abia anyị niile wotu nna otu nna.
Olo.
Ị na-aghọta?
Yes. Ọkwa Anambra bụ diọkpara na Eastern region. Anambra bụ diọkpara. Die gosi na anyị chere na-ebu.
Ha nwere onwe ha kwanye. Gee ntị. Ha nwere onwe ha ndị anyị na ha na-eme ihe. Nwoke mụrụ ụmụ okorobịa 7. Ọ mụrụ ama 7.
Yes.
And the nwoke ọbụla mụrụ ụmụ okorobịa 7 wa ama 7 na-enye ha ụmụ ya ọnọdụ awụ ezigbo nna.
Otu aka ọ dị.
Ị na-aghọta na?
Yeah.
So ọmụka Nigeria ka anyị wee na anyị nọ under them before then ha ọmụkọọla anyị etochana nwa okorobịa anyị chọrọ ala obi.
Eziokwu.
So ihe na ka ha na-awụ ala obi anyị ha nye ya ala obi anyị.
Ala obi a ha denied na 1967 to 1970 ha nyere anyị chọrọ ya back ka anyị bụrụ onwe ha nọ eri onwe ha.
Ala obi anyị ka anyị chọrọ ha nye ya ala obi anyị.
Otu aka.
Ị na-aghọta?
Yes.
So ihe ọbụla anyị na-anaghị na ala obi anyị ọwụ nna anyị ka ha wụ ha nye ya ala obi anyị anyị chọrọ ịnwe ala obi anyị ka anyị nwụchaa nwekwana ụmụ nke aka anyị. Brother, have a nice day.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my sister. You're welcome. Thank you.
God bless.
Yeah. So, my people, we must continue. We will hold on the video we are playing. Now, we want to prove to you how a leaders or what will trigger the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That what will bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out is recognition of United State of Biafra. Recognition of United State of Biafra as a country is what is going to bring him out. For you, who is, I am waiting for Mazi Kanu to come out. What happens? For you, who is waiting for Batobia to come out, you are not a man. You are animal. You're not a human being. Because if you're a human being, you would have looked for histories of countries that did something when their leader was arrested or was kidnapped, like our own. Like our president, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, was kidnapped in Kenya, brought him back to Nigeria. One more message to Kenya. Kenya, you must bring back to your country Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a citizen of Britain who used British passport enter into your country. Today, yesterday, Nigeria said they have sentenced him to life imprisonment. Did you sentence him in your country? Did you know that he left your country, but you know that he entered your country? You must do something before the anger of Biafran people, before the wrath of Chukwu Okabiama. We invade, we strike in Kenya. We are calling on you to do the needful this time around. So my people, we must continue. Let us go and find out the heroes who has fought for their country and they was arrested. Now today, we want to go first to find out how Bangladesh leader was released, and how a declaration and recognition of a Bangladesh as a country helped to bring him out under 9 months that he was sentenced to death by Pakistan military. Listen.
The international recognition of Bangladesh as an independent nation was a direct consequence of the military defeat of the Pakistani forces, which created the political necessity for Pakistan to release the leader, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, often called Bangabandhu. He had been arrested and imprisoned in West Pakistan since the start of the Liberation War in March 1971. 1. The legal and political shift. The key factor was that Pakistan's defeat and the establishment of Bangladesh effectively nullified the grounds for his imprisonment. Hostage, not a prisoner. Once the former East Pakistan became the independent state of Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujib transitioned from being a Pakistani politician accused of sedition/treason to the elected head of a new sovereign country who was being held hostage by a foreign power, Pakistan. Irrelevance of the charge. The military court charges brought against him by the Pakistani regime, which included a death sentence, lost all international and practical legitimacy after the Pakistan Army's surrender on December 16, 1971. 2. Diplomatic and international pressure. The military outcome and subsequent international recognition isolated Pakistan and made holding him untenable. India's role. India, which was instrumental in the military victory, made Sheikh Mujib's safety and release a non-negotiable diplomatic priority. Global recognition. The rapid recognition of Bangladesh by major world powers following the end of the war further solidified the country's sovereignty. The international community saw Mujib as the legitimate leader of the newly formed state, not a political prisoner. Negotiation for POWs. The new government of Pakistan, under Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, faced the immediate crisis of nearly 93,000 Pakistani prisoners of war (POWs) held by the Indian Army. The return of these POWs was a crucial bargaining chip that India and the international community used to secure Mujib's safe release. Bhutto effectively traded the release of the Bangladeshi leader for the eventual return of the captured Pakistani soldiers. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was released from prison in Pakistan on January 8, 1972, and returned to an independent Bangladesh on January 10, 1972.
I hope you're listening. That's why when I see people yesterday being down, I told Biafran people, you don't have to be down for anything. The life sentence in prison of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is what will trigger the international recognition of Biafra as a country. And it's also going to draw the attention of the international communities to know that the injustice, that Biafran people deserve their own country. You know, whenever I'm saying this, I put a smile face because I have to research, understand what it means to fight for a new country. And also, I've also come to understand how that this new country will achieve recognition and how Nigeria can recognize us. If you are listening deep down on this history of Bangladesh, Bangladesh used military to do their own. They use military. And the one that happens that now, that was, Chris Biafra, good morning. That was 1971. They used military and they got their own. But today, in this 21st century, the world does no longer believe in the armed struggle anymore. They see it that if they organize you, you might turn back to become a terror to them. That is why the Biafran government dropped armed struggle for over 1 year that Biafra has been re-declared. They play everything down when it's come to armed struggle. For us to use diplomatic, political, congressmen, lobbies, pen and paper to do what? To achieve it right now in a legal way. That is the way that this present 21st century things is being done. Things is being done in a way that it must be through legal means. That is why the government is doing what they want to do in a legal means. So, when you see all that is going on today, it enables you as a Biafra to also raise your voice in the comment section to always continue hashtag Nigeria/Britain free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, a prisoner of conscience in Nigeria DSS dungeon, who was kidnapped in Kenya, blindfolded him, bring him back to Nigeria, and today sentence him on life imprisonment. I am giving you all this history for you to be strong, for you to know that what he's passing through today, that over 5 people or 4 has passed through that way. And they are those who fought the freedom of their people. The same way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for you and I, or for every indigenous person in Nigeria. The anger of the Fulani Jihadist Caliphate is what? That he opens the people's eyes. He opened the Yoruba people's eyes. Today, they are forming their Oduduwa country. The real Hausas are also opening their eyes to know that the problem that you are into is not Igbo, it's not Biafra. Rather, that Biafra is the solution to the marginalization of every indigenous people in that death sentence called One Nigeria. Because One Nigeria, with all that is happening today, simply means death sentence to every indigenous person. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment. What of those that have been killed by bandits, by Boko Haram, by jihadist movement, by the Islamization of Nigeria as an agenda? The worst part of it is that those that called Federal Lugard, who amalgamated Nigeria in 1914, when he came, he refused to trash or destroy the belief of this so-called Fulani Jihadist movement. Rather, they destroyed our own and they backed them own up and give them all the power they need to be one that will be indirect. Instead of Britain to be ruling Nigeria, the Fulani Sokoto Caliphate. That is why the Muslim ticket is indirect rule of Britain, UK, London, that blocks Biafra recognition in 1967 to 1970. There is a purpose of all that is happening. They give the Fulani Jihadist Sokoto Caliphate the power to Islamize every indigenous person. They also want them to do not allow Christians to come close in major positions in the government of the Fulani Jihadist Caliphate called One Nigeria. In all these things, the only eye-opener was Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu. Owazurike, in his own little capacity. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the largest capacity, and Simon Ekpa-Njoku. That is why they fight. British realized that they could have sentenced Chukwuemeka Odimegwu Ojukwu, and that because of they did not sentence him is what gives Mazi Nnamdi Kanu power to try to divide Nigeria. The problem we're having today is anybody who tried to divide Nigeria is the one that will be arrested. But those who killed in the name to maintain one Nigeria simply means the Fulani Jihadist Caliphate, their plan to Islamize everybody, are the one getting rehabilitated. They are the one that the Nigerian government is pampering. They are the one having negotiation. When it's time of ESN, none of them was rehabilitated. They all killed and sentenced to life imprisonment. Go and check the history. No Igbo man, nobody from Southeast has been rehabilitated and put into Nigerian military or into Nigeria security. Let me use that word. No indigenous person, no indigenous person from the north has been rehabilitated and put into security. But this Islamic agenda, the ISWAP, Lakrawa, Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, and all these names they give to them was only the one they have been rehabilitated and put into military. That is why we know that we are not one people. And the Islamization continues. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put a stumbling block, end them. If not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, by now, all of you who are in that claiming one Nigeria, including I, could have been Islamized, and I would never have a home. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu put an end. Donald Trump also ended their impunity. Is the coming of Donald Trump in the first time ended the fight for Donald Trump to not to come back again. Remember that, because they know that is going to put an end to them. That is why people of Nigeria are calling. That's the people of the North are calling Donald Trump. That is why they are calling him to come. Yes, I am also calling Donald Trump to intervene. But I want him to know that only him coming, only the coming to fight and chase away those Boko Harams in the bush, those Lakarawa, those ASWAP, those ICC, all these Islamic agenda that's made up of one thing in Nigeria. That you are coming is nice, but that is not the everlasting solution. The everlasting solution is to give the people of United States of Biafra recognition as a country. My question is, if Russia can recognize Afghanistan on January, what stops Israel to recognize Biafra as a country? What stops America? What stops all these Christian countries first to recognize Biafra, to stop the killings of the indigenous people, to stop the insecurity? Biafra will end insecurity of indigenous people. They will be free because the indigenous people will be charge of the border. Now, no indigenous person is in charge of any border in Nigeria. It's all this Boko Haram group. It's all these Islamization agendas that in the military are the one is in charge. They are only the one in charge. That is why you see them coming more and more every day. Different group, they are calling their brothers, bringing them in, preparing. They want to make Nigeria a safe haven where they will attack all the countries that are Christian in the nearest future. If your country is into Christian, you must recognize people of Biafra to end what will come to you tomorrow, because they only care of taking over people's country and suppress you down. They feel like they are on top of every other human being, that you or me must be under them. Recognition of Biafra will end this impunity, this insecurity, the killing of the indigenous people, the mass burial that is going on everywhere today. I want you to draw your attention right now on this particular point. That what is going on has Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in his case, what is passing through today, Nelson Mandela go through that way. That is why I told that in the World Guinness Book of Record, he has entered. They have put Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, where they put Nelson Mandela, where they put Mahatma of India, where they put Rahman of Bangladesh, where they put Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya. This is where they have put all these men right now, because history must repeat and somebody must make the history. Now the question is, after all these people being put in all this area, did they later get their freedom? Is the question that you have to ask. Did they get their freedom? Is the question that you ask. The answer is yes. They all got their freedom. Nelson Mandela did not die in prison. When he recognized his group, he comes out, becomes a leader. Jomo Kenyatta was the first prime minister, the first president of Kenya. Rahman of Bangladesh was also a prime minister and the first president of Bangladesh. What of Jomo Kenyatta? What of Nelson Mandela? What of Mahatma of India? And what of America? How all of them, what happened to all of them? They all set free because of what? The declaration of the country that they are fighting for, seeking for what? The international recognition. The recognition of United States of Biafra is what will free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He become a president. And the declaration of Biafra make him automatically a leader a president of a new country that lack recognition on the international global community. Are you following? It is very important for us to know that history has repeated again. The history of freedom fighters that liberate their people outrightly from the oppressor like Nigeria has repeated in our own time. But the question is it the end of the road? No. It's the beginning of the history of Biafran people with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, the president, Simon Ekpa Njoku, the prime minister. This is what you all must know. So do not panic. Be strong human being, because the time has come for you to achieve negotiation in the hands of Nigeria. Now that Biafra has been re-declared, have effective governments that can be able to enter to sign agreements and treaties with the countries of the world. Listen again, how Rahiman of Bangladesh was released. He was arrested on the night that Bangladesh want to make their declaration of their new country, and they took him away. The military of Pakistan sentenced him to death. But did he die? The answer is no. He comes out because the people outside achieved the declaration, achieved the recognition of Bangladesh as a sovereign state, and that triggers for his release. I am not going to use my mouth and tell you. Listen to this history.
The international recognition of Bangladesh as an independent nation was a direct consequence of the military defeat of the Pakistani forces, which created the political necessity for Pakistan to release the leader, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, often called Bangabandhu. He had been arrested and imprisoned in West Pakistan since the start of the Liberation War in March 1971. 1. The legal and political shift. The key factor was that Pakistan's defeat and the establishment of Bangladesh effectively nullified the grounds for his imprisonment. Hostage, not a prisoner. Once the former East Pakistan became the independent state of Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujib transitioned from being a Pakistani politician accused of sedition/treason to the elected head of a new sovereign.
Remember what they charge Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? It's the same thing they charge Rahiman of Bangladesh. The same thing they charge him is what they charge Mazen Nnamdi Kanu today. Remember, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was once a politician under Nigeria. Is it not true? The same way Rahiman was before he fight to liberate his people. That is why I told that the same history has repeated, and history must repeat for the people, for history to continue for the next generation to come. Remember, Rahiman happened in 1971. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu happened on November 20, 2025. The history will continuously repeating for the benefit of the future born countries that are going to exist, that are going to emerge. These are why the history must continuously repeating. But the issue is this: on who is this history is going to repeat? That is the question. Today, yesterday, it has repeated on the side of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who is the president of United States of Biafra, because our declaration automatically make him the president of United States of what? Biafra. The fight for Biafra is not for only Biafran people, it's for all Africa. Africa does not have their rights because Biafra was denied. Africa will rise immediately Biafra become a sovereign state, because once you deny the rising sun to rise, the darkness will full everywhere. Remember that Biafra is from the rising sun. We are the light of Africa. Biafra is the light of what? Africa. Africa must recognize Biafra. Are you still believing in that thing that Britain, London told you, that recognizing Biafra will generate many countries in the world? I will hold it here to tell you something. Do you know why people are suffering in South Sudan today? They want to use it to frustrate us. That if you have a new country, this is how it's going to be. That is why the world is keeping silent in what is happening in South Sudan. The genocide that is going on South Sudan. The food blockade that Sudan put on South Sudan. And people are dying there. And UN remain silent because they just want to use it to frustrate Biafran people. Oh, if you fight for a new country, you are going to suffer. Your people is going to die. That is why they are not talking. That is why they are not interfering in what's happening in South Sudan. But we are going to tell you that we are not the same with people of South Sudan. With people that use 20 pounds to survive, to build mansions in all over that so-called Nigeria, to do highest businesses all over Nigeria today. We are the one that all of them are looking for. When they tell you, oh, look at South Sudan, tell that person you are a fool. We did not have the same brain, the same ideology that South Sudan has. You know who you are. You know how we start from scratch to where we are today. You know how we start from scratch and you know where we are today. That is why it's important that you must support United States of Biafra to set Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free, for you to have that country, for you to have that thing that is missing, for that light to shine in your life and in all over Africa. Africa must recognize Biafra. That the case of Nigeria and Biafra is no longer internal problem of Nigeria. No, it has become, now that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced, it has become the international global affairs. Because of that, because of what? We make a declaration seeking recognition before our leader was sentenced to life imprisonment. It has drawn the attentions of the world. That is why I told that the game just began. Holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is one of the most important things. Will trigger Biafra recognition. Because holding Rahman triggers the Bangladesh recognition.
Country who is being held hostage by a foreign power, Pakistan. The relevance of the charge. The military court charges brought against him by the Pakistani regime, which included a death sentence, lost all international...
They give him a death sentence. Rahman was the man who was fighting for people of Bangladesh like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And they give him what? Judgment of death sentence. Did they sentence him really? Did he die really? Did they kill him? The answer is no. They did not kill him. Rather, he becomes the first president of Bangladesh. Because of what? The people he left before he was arrested, they make a declaration of Bangladesh like what Biafrans did on November 29, 2024. That this November 29, 2025 is going to make it maximum 1 year that Biafra has been re-declared. And on that mandate, that Biafra, we got their international recognition. That we sent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free. That the same recognition sent Rahman of Bangladesh, who Pakistan sentenced for life. Who they put death sentence on his name, on his neck. But recognition of Bangladesh as a sovereign state from the international pressures, from international communities, even what the Indian people did also triggers the recognition of Bangladesh, and that is what brings Rahman out from death sentence to become a president. The history has repeated again.
And practical legitimacy after the Pakistan Army's surrender on December 16, 1971. 2. Diplomatic and international pressure. The military outcome and subsequent international
We only need what? Diplomatic and international pressure. What is this international pressure? The international pressure is what you and I is doing now, to lay our voice, to let the world know what happened, what Nnamdi Kanu is going on, what the Biafran people is going on in this 2025, in this 21st century again. That is it. The international pressure also means protests on the countries like America, UK, London, Australia, Austria, Sweden, Norway. That is what they call it international pressure. That is what the people of Bangladesh host on. The first protest of the people of Bangladesh in America in 1971 was only 5 people start the protest. In UK, 10 people start the protest. After they increase. So I am also making or giving a suggestion to the Biafra government to look into this international pressure. It is very important. International, we cannot base on only diplomatic, but I believe what our DPM, the Deputy Prime Minister of United States of Biafra, in her address yesterday to the Biafran people, that we should forget about, the government know what to do and they are doing it. That those things that we are thinking, they are into it. So we are looking, when this protest will trigger out in America, this is one of the strategy. They call it international political pressure. And this is what will trigger what? The recognition of Biafra as a sovereign state. That today, Nigeria has become a shame in the eyes of every international global community. It has also proved how failure Nigeria is. That nobody is a Nigerian. If there is no interest of British in economy that are in Biafra land, nobody will answer in Nigeria. Go and check the history of amalgamation of Nigeria. Nobody is a Nigerian. Nobody. Nigeria was a country because of interest of economy of a white man with his girlfriend. That is why Nigeria becomes a country. And you are proud claiming Nigeria has proved to the whole world that they are not a country. A country that negotiates with the bandits, with the Boko Haram, with ISWAP, and rehabilitate them, put them into military. And they are there. People are dying every blessed day. There is mass burial. Yesterday, being 20, a student was kidnapped in a seminary school in the north yesterday again. Last week, students was also kidnapped. And on that one, they killed a headmaster. And yesterday being 20, it has happened again. That is a country that are giving a man who is fighting under self-determination, that is not a crime, on the UN Charter, life imprisonment, that he make a hell speech, that he used the word Biafra to incite violence, that he used the word Biafra to tell people to kill person. That is what Nigeria. They read that script that Britain gave them yesterday. And the world are laughing at Nigeria. Because Nigeria is a shame to anybody who claims that he's a one Nigeria. With all that you are hearing here from the same method of what Rahman of Bangladesh passed through is what our president Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is passing through. He will be free and become a president already. He is. He will be free to do anything he wants now that Biafra has been declared. That is why we know, see, in all these men that fought for a freedom of a new country, court never released all of them. No lawyer released them. It's just shenanigans they're doing in Nigeria. It's just to prove how disgraced Nigeria it is. It's what we are seeing today, my people. Recognition of Biafra is what we are asking Israel as a Christian country. What we're asking America as a Christian, because I know that UK, London, British is Islamic country. That's who they are. That is why they are not talking about the killings of indigenous people. Because in the agreement of Fulani jihadis, in the agreement of the jihad, they have agreement that They are not going to interfere, even if they are wiping, even if they want to wipe off the indigenous people. That was the part of, that was what is one of the most agreement that is in the secret document of British with Fulani Jihadist Caliphate of Sokoto. This is the agreement. I have, if you doubt me, I have this secret document here. I can read it to you. I've been playing it out in how many days? That is why I'm telling you. There is a secret between British and the French jihadists. I want us to know that it's only Biafra recognition we sent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free, Simon Ekpa free, and every indigenous person in Nigeria. We are fighting for you. Biafra is fighting for you. Biafra is a life savior to all of you. That is why you must support the Biafra recognition. You must put your voice. Once we get our recognition, every indigenous people will have their rights, and nobody will invade, burn your house, kill you anymore. The mass burial will end. The insecurity will end. That is what Biafra government is capable of doing. We must continue.
Recognition isolated Pakistan and made holding him untenable. India's role. India, which was instrumental in the military victory, made
This, what India plays as a role in Pakistan and Bangladesh recognition, is what we expect that Finland could have do. But because of the same oil that made British to amalgamate Nigeria, the same oil has drawn attention of Alexander Stubb, that he becomes a fool, that he wants to use the same way the British do exchange with French jihadists, that we will take oil, wipe them away. Is the same thing that Finland did today to our Prime Minister. Finland could have been a mediator between Nigeria and Biafran people, but rather they refuse. They want oil, and that oil they want, they have given them in Lekki Toll Gate. We bring damage to what? To who? To Finland. Finland, your end is near in the eyes of the world. The kind of corruption that we enter Finland, we will be, nobody will ever see today. And what will happen to Finland will be unacceptable to Biafran people, because we will be here to make sure that Finland pays dearly in the crime of the blood of the innocent Biafrans, he who killed from the day they was arrested our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa Njoku. It is important. Please, yes, like and share the program. If it's your first time coming, you will see a 3 dots in front of you on your top of your phone. There is 3 dots, no quibo. Touch on that dot, it will open. You will see like and share. Please do that. Then subscribe. This is Real Biafra TV. Subscribe on our YouTube page to know when we are live. We are only here to bring all this history out to you. We are not here for propaganda. We they do, they play, they show. So I want to tell you as a Biafran, now that you have heard the history of Bangladesh, of Rahiman, are you not being strong in your mind that Biafra is the solution to every indigenous people to have their freedom? Now, do you believe that Biafra is the only solution for us to have what? Our freedom. Remember that our line is still on. You can call us on number +9733360513337. That is the number you can call us on. So, the sentence of our President Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is an eye-opener to the world that Nigeria is a lawless country. Please, as we are watching, please like and share the program, please. We are also, want you to know one thing. You can give us your super chat. We want to build this page by getting one thing that is missing, laptop. So when we come, we will put all these documents that we are reading, so you can use mouse to read with us. And for you to know, please, you can support us. Check there. You can give us super chats. You can call us on a personal line. Even if you can give us laptop, it is welcome. We want to establish this platform in a bigger way. So when everybody will be seeing, even the videos we are showing from phone, will be shown on the full screen of laptop. Please, because of condition of a country where we are and how things it is, only me cannot achieve it. And I also still remain to thank those who has been there, those who has been supporting us. Please, I thank you, but it remains. It remains. That is why the laptop is not ready. Please, we need you to support us, to help us to build this page, to bringing out all this, to show the world what Biafran people are passing through and why we need recognition. Now that we have met the criteria of the UN, now we have met the criteria of the Montevideo Convention, now we have met we have overmet all the criteria of the world. So please, if you can support us, we welcome it. Now let us go. Let us see how declaration of Biafra will help to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Listen to this.
The leader described, who is a political prisoner fighting for a new country and sentenced to life imprisonment, can potentially be released through several high-level political and legal mechanisms. The primary ways a political prisoner serving a life sentence can be freed are 1. Political negotiation and amnesty. This is often the most effective way to secure the release of a high-profile leader, especially in the context of state formation or political transition. Amnesty/pardon. The leader's freedom may be granted as part of a general amnesty issued by the current government or a transitioning government, especially if the leader is viewed as a symbol of the struggle. A presidential or executive pardon can be issued, legally commuting the life sentence to freedom. Peace transition agreement. The release can be a condition of a peace treaty or an agreement to formally establish the new country, ending the conflict. The existing power agrees to release all political prisoners as a sign of good faith and transition. Political exchange/trade. The leader is exchanged for a prisoner or concession held by their movement or an allied state, though this is less common for a life sentence leader than for a hostage. 2. Legal mechanisms in the existing system. Even with a life sentence, legal avenues may be available depending on the jurisdiction. Parole, conditional release. If the life sentence includes the possibility of parole after a minimum period, e.g. 20 or 25 years, the leader can apply for conditional release. Commutation of sentence. A sentence can be commuted by the head of state, president or monarch, or an executive body. They can change the life sentence to a fixed-term sentence, or time served, leading to immediate release. 3. International pressure and recognition. For leaders fighting for self-determination, international recognition plays a major role. International advocacy. Organizations like the United Nations, UN, Amnesty International, and other human rights bodies may launch continuous, high-profile campaigns to classify the leader as a prisoner of conscience or an unjustly detained political prisoner. Diplomatic pressure. Foreign governments may make the leader's release a condition for trade, aid, or diplomatic relations with the sentencing country. Recognition of the new country. If the new country is formally established and gains widespread international recognition, the leader's trial and sentence under the former regime's laws may become invalid. The new country's government would then naturally order the leader's release. This is historically a common path for prominent independence leaders. Historical context. Famous examples of such releases often occur after a significant political shift. For instance, Nelson Mandela, South Africa, was released after decades of imprisonment as a result of sustained international pressure and political negotiations to dismantle apartheid and transition to a democratic state.
Do you hear this? I hope you are listening. The time we are into is no longer time to child's play. The time we are into, it is a time for all this history to present to the world that what happened to Nelson Mandela has happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa Njoku. What's happened to Rahman of Bangladesh has happened to Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What happened to Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya has happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa Njoku. This is why we need to let them know. So the same templates that the world use to set them free is what we are asking them to use to set our President Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free and our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. They are fighting for a new country outright from this death sentence called Nigeria. That is what they are fighting for. They are not fighting to play. They are not fighting to be a president of Nigeria or to go into queue to take over Nigeria. No. They want outright freedom of their own people in their own country, where our concern will be more important. That is what they are fighting for. Nigeria is a safe haven of Fulani jihadis, Islamization of Sharia law. In Nigeria is in that country where you have two law. For the north, Sharia. For the other side, the south side is a secular country. How? Britain know what they did in 1914 amalgamation. They handed Nigeria over to Fulani jihadist caliphate, those that want to Islamize us, for you to become an Islamic country. Remember, they are the first person who announced that Nigeria is under Islamic. So if you are claiming one Nigeria, you are into Islamic already. But we, the Biafran people, have said no. And that is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu opening the eyes of the indigenous people for them to stand up. That is why they sentenced him to life imprisonment. We thank Nigeria for bringing a way, making it easy for Biafra international recognition. Do you think like it's 1970 where British played that role for you? Today, the eyes of the countries in the world has opened. The searchlight is also on Nigeria and British to know the game they are playing out. If Britain is not the one that caused the thing happening in Nigeria, let them condemn what is going on in Nigeria today. If UK, if London is not the problem, that's not the one that gave Fulani jihadis to Islamize Nigeria, to kill indigenous people, let them put Nigeria on a country of particular concern. Let them sanction Nigeria at all. Let us see. Then that's where you will know that the British is the one, that UK, that London was the one masterminded the killing of the people that are being died today in the Biafra land, in Nigeria, in the north, in the Benue, in the middle belt. They are the one that have put all this in place through the amalgamation of 1914. If there is no amalgamation, nobody will answer Nigeria. Nobody. People will answer Biafra. People will answer Oduduwa. People will answer Arewa. These truths. And for you to know that we are not one people, that is why you have Biafran people. That is why you have Oduduwa. That is why you have Arewa. The time has come for these three countries to march up in Nigeria. Those who want Nigeria, Fulani jihadists can take over their Nigeria and stay on their own. I don't want to be with you by force. We are calling on the UN to sanction Nigeria. We are calling on the EU to sanction Nigeria. We are calling US to do more sanction. We are calling Commonwealth to do sanction on Nigeria, to revoke Nigeria territorial integrity. There is nothing like territorial integrity when it's come to Nigeria, because it's not a country in the first place. It's interest of a white man, economy interest of a white man. That is why they call them one Nigeria. Tell me that country. Do you have one America? Do you have one UK? Do you have one Russia? Where is the country answered one country in the world? Tell me that one that they put one on them. It's zero country. Nobody want to be there. Everybody is Japa. And today, their impunity has brought in the eyes of the every world to see how shameful Nigeria it is. Listen again.
The leader described, who is a political prisoner fighting for a new country and sentenced to life imprisonment, can potentially be released through several high-level political and legal mechanisms. The primary ways a political prisoner serving a life sentence can be freed are: 1. Political negotiation and amnesty. This is often the most effective way to secure the release of a high-profile leader, especially in the context of state formation or political transition. Amnesty/pardon. The leader's freedom may be granted as part of a general amnesty issued by the current government or a transitioning government, especially if the leader is viewed as a symbol of the struggle. A presidential or executive pardon can be issued, legally commuting the life sentence to freedom. Peace transition agreement. The release can be a condition of a peace treaty or an agreement to formally establish the new country, ending the conflict. The existing power agrees to release all political prisoners as a sign of good faith and transition. Political exchange/trade. The leader is exchanged for a prisoner or concession held by their movement or an allied state, though this is less common for a life sentence leader than for a hostage. 2. Legal mechanisms in the existing system. Even with a life sentence, legal avenues may be available depending on the jurisdiction. Parole, conditional release. If the life sentence includes the possibility of parole after a minimum period, e.g., 20 or 25 years, the leader can apply for conditional release. Commutation of sentence. A sentence can be commuted by the head of state, president or monarch, or an executive body. They can change the life sentence to a fixed term sentence or time served, leading to immediate release. 3. International pressure and recognition. For leaders fighting for self-determination, international recognition plays a major role. International advocacy. Organizations like the United Nations, UN, Amnesty International, and other human rights bodies may launch continuous, high-profile campaigns to classify the leader as a prisoner of conscience or an unjustly detained political prisoner. Diplomatic pressure. Foreign governments may make the leader's release a condition for trade, aid, or diplomatic relations with the sentencing country. Recognition of the new country. If the new country is formally established and gains widespread international recognition, the leader's trial and sentence under the former regime's laws may become invalid. The new country's government would then naturally order the leader's release. This is historically a common path for prominent independence leaders. Historical context. Famous examples of such releases often occur after a significant political shift. For instance, Nelson Mandela, South Africa, was released after decades of imprisonment as a result of sustained international pressure and political negotiations to dismantle apartheid and transition to a democratic state.
Now we are going to go into analysis for you to know pop and plain that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is on the right track. Nigeria has brought him, make him a hero. Nigeria has made him to become one of those that in the nearest future that people will read his history the way he fought to liberate every black race.
The leader described, who is a political prisoner fighting for a new country and sentenced to life imprisonment, can potentially be released through several high-level political and legal mechanisms. The primary ways a political prisoner serving a life sentence can be freed are 1. Political negotiation and amnesty. This is often the most effective.
Remember, after they have sentenced him, is when this political negotiation and amnesty will be involved. If they did not sentence him, no political negotiation and amnesty will be granted. It's after. If Biafra did not declare, if by now that Biafra was not re-declared, that is when this negotiation to grant him amnesty will be involved. And remember that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu refused to accept amnesty. Even when Biafra was never re-declared, he refused. They made all offer to him. That is why they are angry. They made every offer available to him. He said no. That he wants Biafra. That is all he cares for. That is why they sentenced him. The sentence has made him to brought his name into the World Book of Guinness Records of those who fought for freedom. They don't know what they did to him. They elevate him. They push him up in the eyes of the international global community. That is the record. In the record book of history of Guinness Book, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been put in where they put Maghandi, where they put Jomo Kenyatta, where they put Rahman of Bangladesh, where they put Junior Martin Luther King of America, where they put Nelson Mandela, where they put Muammar Gaddafi. That is not alive today. That is exactly what they have done to him. That is why I am happy somehow. And also, being I know that there is a government of United States of Biafra, who is pushing for recognition of Biafra to end the incarceration or the life sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, like the way the people of Bangladesh fought to end it, like the way the people who believe in what Nelson Mandela was fighting in South Africa also pushed for his release by coming out with what he wants. That's why I told you that at this time that we are into, do not panic. Everything is working in our own favor. It's also showing to the world how corrupt Nigeria it is. All the prophecy of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that make them to keep him has been fulfilled.
Way to secure the release of a high-profile leader, especially in the context of state formation or political transition.
Do you hear that? This is often the most effective way to secure the release of a high-profile leader, especially in the context of a state function or political transition. What is he fighting for? He is fighting for Biafra to become a state, to become a country. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for. He is not fighting to maintain one Nigeria. No, he is fighting outrightly for what? For Biafra to become a sovereign state. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for. To grant him amnesty or pardon under what? Listen.
Amnesty/pardon. The leader's freedom may be granted as part of a general amnesty issued by the current government or a transitioning government, especially if the leader is viewed as a symbol of the struggle.
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the main view of the struggle of the present Biafra right now. True or false? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa Njoku, these are the present words face in the struggle that makes where we are today. Now, the leaders freedom may be granted as part of general amnesty issued by current government or transition government. Like, if Biafra did not declare, like still in IPOB One Nigeria, fighting or doing their protests and everything, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if he wants to be granted pardon and amnesty, that he is not going to talk about Biafra again, then if the government that sentenced him refuse, the new government that will come in might try to free him. You see the option. If he is not longer fighting, if he agree to stop agitation of Biafra, if he agree to stop talking anything about Biafra and close his mouth, then they will grant him amnesty or pardon because he has stopped. Remember, I want it to be clear on your mind, especially if the leader is viewed as a symbol of the struggle. Now that he viewed as the symbol of the struggle, he's not grant amnesty, he did not accept pardon. He did not. You had him yesterday in the court. Omoto show me the law. Omoto could not show him the law that he used to sentence him. He is using a word that comes from his mouth. That is what they use to sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Nothing more than that. Because of what? The important thing is that he made his position. He published all the secret of the Fulanese. He published all the secret of Nigeria to stop the Islamization of the indigenous people. Today, he said that people will be killed in the north. He prophesied about it. Does it not happen? It happens in that way. Nigeria is a shame to the eyes of the international global community. The shame of Nigeria is top notch. I want to remind you, if this is your first time coming on this page, please, what I want to do is you will see a 3 dot in front of you on the right eyes of your camera, of your screen. Just click on that 3 dot, it will open. You will see, like, and share. Please endeavor to do that. Let this message go viral. For those that are losing their mind, for countries of the world to know that we know the role they're supposed to play, that they should come and play that role right now for us. That they have to play that role for the Biafran people. The Biafran people are here to do what? We are here to take what? what belongs to us that they denied us in 1970 to 1970, and also what will trigger the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the release of Mazi Simon Ekpa, and end and bring out all Biafrans, all the Eastern region people who have been put in prison from 1999 till this date. Don't do that in the prison under Massaw. There is. But recognition of Biafra will bring all these men out and change the narrative.
A presidential or executive pardon can be issued, legally commuting the life sentence to freedom.
Do you hear that? A presidential or executive pardon can be issued legally. And the what? To make the comments, the life sentence to become to have a freedom. There's one thing you must know. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not be negotiated or grant amnesty or pardon when he was never sentenced, until he's been sentenced. Do you get it? That is why you don't need to panic. There is many options. If he said tomorrow that he doesn't want to talk about Biafra again, they will grant him amnesty and set him free. But because of him and what he stands for, that he stands for Biafra to become a country. That is why it's not going to be easy. That is why his release is in the hands of Biafran people. For us to put this international political pressure on the social media in the eyes of the international global community, so that they will recognize Biafra as a sovereign state. And what will happen? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be free as the president of the new country called United States of Biafra. It is well open. For those who are underground waiting for him to come out, what are they going to do today? For those who believe Simon will come out, this is an example for you to know you are a fool, you are freeing yourself, you are a disgrace to the movement of a freedom fighter, you are a disgrace to the movement of Biafran people, you are a disgrace to Southeastern region. That is it. You are purely a disgrace because you don't know your right from your left. You don't know what you want. Release of these two leaders is in our hand. What we do is what will bring them out. Recognition of United States of Biafra is the most important thing that is going to bring them out. That is why you have to support United States of Biafra fundraising tomorrow. Because where we are, what is stopping us right now is money. You know how the movement was divided? IPOB is somewhere. Those who got themselves autopilot is somewhere. Those who said they are fallback bridge is somewhere. Those who call themselves RCC is somewhere. This is how Biafran people. But with this case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has it never opened your eyes? If this did not open your eyes to bring you back to the Biafran government, to the declaration of Biafra, you are a fool. If this did not make you to stop calling Biafra government or USB charger, now that Biafra has been re-declared, you are a fool. You are not for freedom, rather. You want to use it and make money. Like the way Britain used the amalgamation of Nigeria to make profit. The same is what we are doing. Because it has well opened when you read to understand how a new country declaration and the recognition is going to set their leader out. Then you can concur and you can understand and come back. No matter where you went, come back to stand on the side of the United States of Biafra. That's the world going to give recognition to set Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa Njoku free. We must continue.
Peace Transition Agreement. The release can be a condition of a peace treaty or an agreement to formally establish the new country, ending the conflict. The existing power agrees to release all political prisoners as a sign of good faith and transition.
Do you hear that? The release can be condition of a peace treaty agreement. That's why I told that we are going to use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria to recognize Biafra as a country. This is where they put neck. They put rope on their neck. Sorry. This is where Nigeria put rope on their neck. Bangladesh used Rahiman to negotiate with Pakistan. And what happened? They released him and recognized Bangladesh as a country. So there must be a human being that we are going to use to let Nigeria know that also the world used to mount the pressure on them, release their president, recognize them. If Nigeria refuse, they will invoke Nigeria territorial integrity and sanction them forever and ever. That is, they don't know. People are jubilating. Some idiots are laughing and be happy. They don't know that the sentence of Mazi Kanu is what will trigger the international pity. Number one, first, is pity. The pity leads to recognition of a country to set him free because they know that he has suffered so much. There is rumors, there is things are going on underground, even in America today. Biafra will get recognition very soon. United States of Biafra government will have their own recognition. They will handle them over recognition that we are looking for, that is going to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa Njoku. It's not going to be too long. It's not going to pass 2 years. It's not going to pass a year and 6 months. Biafra will become a sovereign state if you are following what is going on in the world. If you are looking for the histories and understand it very well, then you will know that recognition, like you're hearing it here, and with this document we are playing, the history has already been made. Is what we are giving to you. So you can encourage yourself and come out on Saturday fully to support United States of Biafra for us to get what? The international recognition that will bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. This is only remedy. The second remedy is too far. Listen, we are going there.
Political exchange/trade. The leader is exchanged for a prisoner or concession held by their movement or an allied state, though this is less common for a life sentence leader than for a hostage. 2.
Do you hear it? I hope you are following all these things. The exchange of who? A prisoner of conscience held by their movement that will lead to what? The exchange is what? If there is Nigerian military that we are owing, the other people hold. Sorry, the other people is holding. Then if there is not, the negotiation is that release their leader. Their country has got the international recognition. They have become a sovereign state. Let him go and recognize their country. That is what Bangladesh did to people of Pakistan. And that is how Bangladesh become a country today. The same thing has been on us. Our own case is not going to be different, despite how many years that we have fought for Biafra for 5 decades. 1 decade is 12 years. And think of this 5 decades. How many years it is. We must continue. So our President Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who Nigeria is holding on the health stage, will be released immediately. Immediately recognition of Biafra happened. Then what will happen? He will be released.
Legal mechanisms in the existing
Legal mechanism to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is what we are going to hear now. Listen, that is why you have had the first option. Now look at the second option and tell me, do you wish him to be there for 20 years or 25 years? Do you wish him that? Do you wish him to be there 20 years or 25 years? I'm asking you. If you are not supporting Biafra government, you are wishing him to be there for 20 years. You are wishing him. Even if it is 10 years, brother. It's difference of 2 months that are on top of it. So if 10 years is a 1 decade, then calculate from 1967 to 2025, is it how many decades that you are on self even making that we are going to 6 decades? If 10 years is 1 decade, like you said, because for me, I cannot that a decade is 12 years maximum on the way I counted on my own. So if your own is 10 years, then think of now the question is, can you answer between 1967 to 2025? Is it how many decades? That is what is important. Listen.
Even with a life sentence, legal avenues may be available depending on the jurisdiction. Parole, conditional release. If the life sentence includes the possibility of parole after a minimum period, e.g., 20 or 25 years, the leader can apply for conditional release.
Do you hear that? If Biafra did not declared, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will waited for 20 or 25 years. He will also apply again. And you know that nobody will kill him. He will be the oldest man in this world that we are seeing. So, if you check what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has passed through and where he is right now, he will not die. If he did not die for 8 days, that Nigeria tortured him in Kenya, he did not have time he fainted, and God bring him back to life. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a life history that people will marvel about it. So he waited in prison for 20 years. And he know that this 20 years or 25 years is 15 to 10 years because it's morning and night. Then he waited. After he has waited and Biafra does not get recognition, then he will apply. The leader can apply for conditional release after 25 years or 20 years. Now, instead of waiting for 25 years or 20 years for him to get recognition, for him to be free, why not support University of Biafra that will get recognition in the next 2 years and he will come out? Which one is the best option? The recognition is the best option. Now that Biafra has been declared as a sovereign state, now we have met criteria of the Montevideo Convention of having a new country. Now we have met the criteria of the UN Charter becoming a new country. Is it not better for us to seek and support the quick action, the one aga that will set him free very fast? Is it not the time? Is it not the time? I'm asking you on the comment section. Is it not time to give full support to the United States of Biafra recognition? Because he had it here that after declaration of a new country, that recognition of that new country is what will trigger what? The release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The recognition of United States of Biafra will set Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free forever and ever. I'm asking you, which one do you prefer? Is it for Biafra to not get recognition because all this group you are seeing can never get recognition? Before they will get recognition, they will go through process of Montevideo Convention. They will go process of making a declaration. They will start after declaration, seek for international recognition. And they have never even formed a government. They don't have a government. All this shenanigans we are seeing today. And the most paper of it is that how many years do they want to agitate before they will go into declaration of a new country that will seek international recognition, that will sign an agreement? Do you know why the declaration is important? The declaration makes you an independent state that lacks recognition. Seeking for recognition is what exactly that makes you a member of the UN as a sovereign state. Do you see why all this, that the way we are now, if you are from southeast, from eastern region, if you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what you will do is to support the movement that is already been moving. Because if you are starting afresh, imagine how many it will take you to get to where this one has already been getting into. Imagine somebody who wants to enter primary 1 and somebody who is in SS3. That is what we are talking. And you are hoping to go to university from primary 1. Before you will finish secondary, before you finish your primary, come to secondary school. The one who is already in SS3 has graduated. Has got graduate. He has got all the certificates, and you are just still coming. That is why you will say no people. No name. Thank you so much, brother from Togo. Please tell your government that Biafra has been declared on November 2024, that they sentenced our president Mazi Nnamdi Kanu life imprisonment in Nigeria after Nigeria went to Kenya and kidnapped him. After Nigeria went to Kenya and kidnapped him, they sentenced him because he is fighting to give us Biafra as the way you have Togo as a country. This is a corner that, if you follow the history, Biafra was existing country in 1967 to 1970. Biafra exists. After that, British used their power to regress us back to Nigeria. That Nigeria today is killing the indigenous people. We are the Christians. We are the one that Nigeria is killing. And we say no, that we don't want Nigeria anymore. That is why we, the Biafran people, again, make a declaration of United States of Biafra on November 20, 2024 to become a sovereign state. So we are seeking for international recognition. Please, Togo, your country should recognize us. We are a country. To stop the killing that is going on. Because if anybody from Togo might enter Nigeria, he will be killed by this flying jihadist movement. They want to Islamize Nigeria. Every indigenous one will say no. That is why they are killing the indigenous people today. So we are seeking for what? The international recognition, both from Africa and everywhere in the world. We also call on Gabon, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, and all those that recognized Biafra in 1967 to 1970 to come out openly to recognize us again, that we are not going to fail all of you again. We have learned our lesson in a hard way.
Commutation of sentence. A sentence can be commuted by the head of state, president or monarch, or an executive body. They can change the life sentence to a fixed term sentence or time served, leading to immediate release.
Do you hear that? Even that Mazen Khan is going to appeal courts. Appeal courts might decide to not to deny the life sentence, but they might change something from there. They will put it a time sentence. So in all that is happening, you will see there is option for those who are jubilating, for the enemies that are jubilating that Mazen Khan have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Life imprisonment is not end of the road, but it is a beginning of the history of Mazen, and they can push you who is jubilating today can never be able to achieve in your entire life. Do you understand it clearly? That your jubilation, oh, you are sentenced to life imprisonment, is what? It is a beginning of a history in the Guinness World Record book that a freedom fighter has emerged again. And it's after you have sentenced him, he can go for negotiation. He can be grant amnesty. He can grant pardon if he wants. And he never wanted. That is why they sentenced him, because all this has been offered him in the beginning. He says, no, only what I want is Biafra as my country. So I will go and put an end to insecurity. Biafra will put an end to the insecurity that we are seeing today. Biafra will put an end to the killings of the indigenous people. Recognition of Biafra will put an end to the insecurity. Recognition of United States of Biafra will put an end to inhuman treatment. United States of Biafra will put an end to bad roads. We put an end, no light. We put an end in the impunity of the injustice meted on every indigenous person in that condition called Nigeria. That is why we are calling on Israel. Israel, why are you silent? America, Austria, Russia, all this Rome, all these Christians organization, why are you silent in the killing of the indigenous people? Why you don't want to find everlasting solution that the United States of Biafra has been given to you? We want to end and make Africa a better place. We want to make Africa a place that the world will come to tour and come and watch how beautiful Africa it is. Africa dies. There is darkness in Africa because the rising sun is being denied. Remember, the Biafran people from the eastern region are coming from the rising sun. Once Biafra recognized in the global stage and become a sovereign state, the light of Africa will shine again. That is why it's important for recognition of Biafra to free all the prisoners of conscience that Nigeria is being holding or the world are holding. The self-determination, why is not for a black man? The self-determination, why is it not for people of Africa? Because I have checked in the history, those who want their freedom in Africa, not self-determination. They are all got into prison, and some of them was being killed the way that France killed Maghandi. The way France killed many people in Africa today. The way Britain killed many people in Africa today. These two countries are evil. If Christ is the king and you are not recognized Biafran people to stop the killing of the Biafran people, to stop the killing of the indigenous people in the north, in the Benue, to stop this killing. If Christ is the king, did Christ ask you to kill people? Did Christ ask you to shut up your mouth or do not do anything when the Christians that Christ died for is being buried? What are you doing? Is it to write Christ is the king is the solution? The solution is to put an end in what makes the killing of the indigenous people happening in different areas they are. That is the main thing. Let us continue. What to release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu?
3. International pressure and recognition. For leaders fighting for self-determination, international recognition plays a major role. International recognition
plays what? A role. After he has been kidnapped and sentenced to life imprisonment, the international recognition of United States of Biafra play a major role because he is fighting under self-determination.
Organizations like the United Nations, UN, Amnesty International, and other human rights bodies may launch continuous high-profile campaigns to classify the leader as a prisoner of conscience or an unjustly detained political prisoner.
That is why we tag all of them today on our headline. We tag UN, we tag EU, we tag AU, we tag Russia, we tag France, we tag America, we tag Austria, we tag Australia to tell them what we are passing through. And further, before I go more, I want to tell Biafran people, the NATO chairman, stop attacking him. He is on mission. God sent him for something. The enemies rush and hijack him. He's not the one who invited them. Rather, the enemies invited him because of the man love, and he regretted all the actions of the world that they meted on the Biafran people in 1967 to 1970. That is why he came out to speak. But today, there are people who are in Austria has sent him a direct message. He understands there is a government of United States of Biafra. He will make contact to. Today, he is with the people of the United States of Biafra that are living in Austria. So please stop attack on him. Stop attack on him, Biafrans. That man is in a mission. You don't know who will help us, and he has come to help us. So stop. And also, it is a high time to stop attack on one another. It's a high time for us to move ahead. Now, organizations like United Nations, UN, can mount political pressure. Remember, international pressure and recognition of United States of Biafra is what we're talking about. Then, organizations like UN, United Nations, Amnesty International, and the other human rights bodies may launch to continue high-profile campaign to clarify the leader as a prisoner of conscience. Do you hear that? This is why we tag UN today. That is why we tag all these organizations and all these countries. Israel, we are calling on you to do the needful. Why not recognizing your own? Russia have recognized Afghanistan as a country. America, what is holding you to recognize Biafra as a country? Togo, all the countries in Africa, why not recognizing Biafra as a country? We are not here to fight anybody, but we are here to make Africa a better place. With our ideology, with our sense of reasoning, with all we know. Recognition is more important to set Mazen Kanu free. Chris Biafra, thank you so much for your comment. Please hit the like button if you never. Please hit the like button. If it's your first time coming, you will see a 3 dots. 3 dots. 3. dot in front of your phone on your screen. Click on that 3 dots. You will see like and share. Once you click that like, you have been letting others to know that people are live and the program is going on. For this message to go viral, to reach all these governing bodies of the world, to recognize Biafra people. Please, 1 minute.
Diplomatic pressure. Foreign governments may make the leader's release a condition for trade, aid, or diplomatic relations with the sentencing country. Recognition of the new country. If the new country is formally established and gains widespread international recognition, the leader's trial and sentence under the former regime's laws may become invalid. The new country's government would then naturally order the leader's release.
Do you hear something here? Foreign governments may make the leader's release a condition for a trade, aid, or diplomatic relations. That is why I told that holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will trigger international recognition. That is they call it here, or diplomatic recognitions will come. Diplomatic recognition will come. Nigeria think they did us bad. No, that is why I told the Biafran people yesterday, do not cry, do not panic. Nigeria has brought Biafra in a place that we will get our international recognition. Please, it's not hard to hit the like button. It is very easy. Just hit the like button, touch it once. It's okay. Just a touch on your screen. Then you will like the program. Why are you doing that? For this particular history that we are bringing out to the world, for them to know that we know what we're supposed to do. We are now reminding them what they have put on the document, that what they're supposed to do. That is why we are doing this. Please, like and share the program. Let it go viral. We must continue. Foreign governments may make the leader release a condition for trade, aid, or diplomatic relations, which they sanctioning Nigeria. As they are doing this, Nigeria must be sanctioned for the impunity that they have committed. You know, this nomadic Nigeria do not understand what is coming to them and what they have brought upon themselves. Omotosho do not understand what they have brought to themselves. You know, one thing about life is that when you are reading only the side that will favors you, and when you are not looking at the other side that will favor the person on the international global community. Do you understand? Recognition is very important. Declaration leads to what? Recognition, that we send Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that we sent him free and Simon Ekpa free. Every Biafran who are in prison in Nigeria. Because all will be checkmated and they all got their freedom. That is why you must continue supporting. Tomorrow is fundraising. Support, to give your Ja and their Gemma to support the government of Biafra. For them to, because all this thing that we are going to do is all about money. Support. The organization is not coming free. There is so many wolves. Yes, my brother, you are right. But we are going to stop them. But they should remember that karma is real in this life. To free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you must support United States of Biafra. That is the easiest way to set him out from the dungeon of Nigeria government. To set him out from this Nigeria that means a death sentence to every indigenous person. Recognition for the new country. Recognition for the United States of Biafra is a new country. If the new country is firmly established and again widespread international recognition, the leader trial and sentence under the foreign regime law may become invalid. Biafra recognition will make sentence of Nigeria with James Omotosho invalid. Once this recognition triggers in, once you support, once you push the narrative to the world, let's look at what you're supposed to do. America, this is what you're supposed to do. UN, see what you're supposed to do. Canada, thank you so much. for making the Nigeria two parties that are leading Nigeria, APC and PDP, calling them a terrorist parties. That is why it simply means that Nigeria is a terrorist country. That is what it simply means. That Nigeria is what? A terrorist country. That is what Nigeria is. We must continue, my people. Please like and share. If you are first time coming, you will see a three dots in front of your phone. On the right hand side of your phone, click on that three dots. It will open. You will see like, it's not hard. Just touch. It goes. We must continue, my people. The conclusion of Biafra can release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is only hope. Because you know that he's not ready to get to pardon or to amnesty. You know that one for sure. That he will never accept that. If he will, they will not sentence him. That is why you must give your Eje and Ejema tomorrow. From tomorrow, continue. Find a way. If you don't know how to contact the government, please contact me. I will introduce to you. We are here to give all the information out. My people. We must continue.
This is historically a common path for prominent independence leaders. Historical context. Famous examples of such releases often occur after a significant political shift. For instance, Nelson Mandela, South Africa, was released after decades of imprisonment as a result of sustained international pressure and political negotiations to dismantle apartheid and transition to a democratic state.
Do you hear it? After Nelson Mandela was sentenced, after how many years? Over 20 years in the prison. He got his freedom and become a president of what? South Africa. Despite that, he's not fighting to divide South Africa. Remember that. That he's only fighting to end bad government in South Africa, apartheid regime. Do you remember that? That is what the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today, that he is fighting for a freedom of a new country. You had it here. The new country government would then order Nigeria to release their leader. Once we get recognition, we will order Nigeria to leave our president, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is why you must join the Biafran government to seek for recognition of Biafra in all you do in your comment. Hashtag America, give Biafran people recognition. Hashtag Canada, give Biafran people recognition. Let this hashtag goes on because the world are seeing it and it baffles them. Do hashtag US, recognize United States of Biafra to stop insecurity in Nigeria. Hashtag US, recognize United States of Biafra to stop insecurity, to stop the killing of the indigenous people, the killing of the Christians in Nigeria. Biafra recognition is the only solution to that. I will play the history again, this document again without saying a word. If you want to record, so you record it, send it to many groups of those one Nigeria for them to know that our better option is for them to send them Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for him to get to trigger Biafra international recognition. Listen to this. We'll continue.
The leader described, who is a political prisoner fighting for a new country and sentenced to life imprisonment, can potentially be released through several high-level political and legal mechanisms. The primary ways a political prisoner serving a life sentence can be freed are: 1. Political negotiation and amnesty. This is often the most effective way to secure the release of a high-profile leader, especially in the context of state formation or political transition. Amnesty/pardon. The leader's freedom may be granted as part of a general amnesty issued by the current government or a transitioning government, especially if the leader is viewed as a symbol of the struggle. A presidential or executive pardon can be issued, legally commuting the life sentence to freedom. Peace transition agreement. The release can be a condition of a peace treaty or an agreement to formally establish the new country, ending the conflict. The existing power agrees to release all political prisoners as a sign of good faith and transition. Political exchange/trade. The leader is exchanged for a prisoner or concession held by their movement or an allied state, though this is less common for a life sentence leader than for a hostage. 2. legal mechanisms in the existing system. Even with a life sentence, legal avenues may be available.
What's happened?
No.
Okay, hold on. It's like we have a phone call. The phone, I don't know what happened. Please, we'll be back. Okay, we have it. Hey, this is a personal call. Oh. My people, 1 minute. I listened to the shenanigan, the nonsense, the rubbish they presented out there. I listened to it carefully. I listened to it. So that is who Nigeria is, a lawless country. And there is no shame in the eyes of Nigeria. Nigeria has brought shame to those claiming that they are one Nigeria, not for me.
Of parole after a minimum period, e.g., 20 or 25 years, the leader can apply for conditional release. Commutation of sentence. A sentence can be commuted by the head of state, president or monarch, or an executive body. They can change the life sentence to a fixed-term sentence, or time served, leading to immediate release. 3. International pressure and recognition. For leaders fighting for self-determination, international recognition plays a major role. International advocacy. Organizations like the United Nations, UN, Amnesty International, and other human rights bodies may launch continuous, high-profile campaigns to classify the leader as a prisoner of conscience or an unjustly detained political prisoner. Diplomatic pressure. Foreign governments may make the leader's release a condition for trade, aid, or diplomatic relations with the sentencing country. Recognition of the new country. If the new country is formally established and gains widespread international recognition, the leader's trial and sentence under the former regime's laws may become invalid. The new country's government would then naturally order the leader's release. This is historically a common path for prominent independence leaders. Historical context. Famous examples of such releases often occur after a significant political shift. For instance, Nelson Mandela, South Africa, was released after decades of imprisonment as a result of sustained international pressure and political negotiations to dismantle apartheid and transition to a democratic state.
Do you hear it? The same way our leader, Mazi Kanu, will be free once we continue mounting this political pressure in all social media handles, in all protests, whether it's at home, in abroad, anywhere we can do it. All this is what leading to the release. So now there is options. Now there is many ways to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you supporting the United States of Biafra that we get international recognition, that we bring him out as a leader of a new country? I have played to you again, once again. I am going to also play how Mujiba Rahim comes out from prison, how he become a free person after Pakistan sentenced him to death. Under 9 months, he's set free. He becomes the first president of Bangladesh, a man that was sentenced to death. We almost adhere to important things this time around. We almost use our social media to mount this political pressure, and they remind the world what they're supposed to do that they have never do to us. That is why we are giving UN their documents. That's what they ask us to do. And when a leader is being arrested, and after he's arrested or he's kidnapped, the country, the people that he left behind, stand up and make a declaration of a new country that leads to recognition. That will set him free. So do not panic. Now is that time that has called for Biafra to be a matter that is presenting in all social media today. If you are not presenting this matter to your social media, you are not helping. You must present what the world must listen to know the injustice that have meted on Biafran people again. That up to today, Nigeria is still committing genocide that they have committed on 1967 to 1970. They turn back to from that day to today. Biafran people is seeing this genocide. And now that Nigeria has been tagged on a country of particular concern, do you know that also the country of particular concern can help Biafran people to get international recognition? Do you know that? Inside the law. Under the histories of the world, everything has been written down. It's just to remind the world. Once they know that they have known what we know, it will push them to give us what we are looking for. It will push the world to give us that thing that we are looking for. What are we looking for? Recognition of the United States of Biafra as a sovereign state. That is all we needed. We didn't ask you for money. We only asked the world to give us recognition, so we can be able to end the genocide that is going on in Nigeria. We'll be able to end the insecurity that is ravaging everywhere. We'll be able to protect our border on our own today. The indigenous people are not the one protecting the borders of the territory. Nigeria use rehabilitated Boko Haram that brings their brothers in. What are they normally do? This jihadist movement is two ways. They have their brothers who they will say, okay, allow yourself to be captured. They will rehabilitate you, put you in the military. You will be giving us information on their plan, why we are bringing more our brothers in. If this will stop, from when Nigeria starts rehabilitated Boko Haram, there was a time they rehabilitated over 5,000 Boko Haram. There was a time they rehabilitated over 3,000. There was a time they rehabilitated 2,000. We hear thousands of rehabilitation Boko Haram. Then they know they finished. Have you asked yourself, why are they not finished? Because when they put that one away, those that they're behind will bring more people comes in. That is why today everywhere is rampaging. That's why today there's genocide in the north, in the plateau, in the Benue, in the Middle Belt today. And that is why Biafra recognition will end this impunity that is going on today. You had it here, recognition. I will play it again. I want to play it again. How Nelson Mandela comes out, become a president of South Africa. How Rahiman of Bangladesh comes out, become the president of Bangladesh people. He all was sentenced to life imprisonment, some to death imprisonment, some to death sentence, sorry. But later, they become the first ever president of their new country. You know, our problem is that we don't search for histories. We don't look for this document of the world to know how things is going. We only believe in our common sense. That's why I told us the time we're into is no longer the time with our common sense we set us free. Listen to this document again. I want you to listen from where we start. From the history of Bangladesh.
The international recognition of Bangladesh as an independent nation was a direct consequence of the military defeat of the Pakistani forces, which created the political necessity for Pakistan to release the leader, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, often called Bangabandhu. He had been arrested and imprisoned in West Pakistan since the start of the Liberation War in March 1971. 1. The legal and political shift. The key factor was that Pakistan's defeat and the establishment of Bangladesh effectively nullified the grounds for his imprisonment. Hostage, not a prisoner. Once the former East Pakistan became the independent state of Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujib transitioned from being a Pakistani politician accused of sedition/treason to the elected head of a new sovereign country who was being held hostage by a foreign power, Pakistan. Irrelevance of the charge. The military court charges brought against him by the Pakistani regime, which included a death sentence, lost all international and practical legitimacy after the Pakistan Army's surrender on December 16, 1971. 2. Diplomatic and international pressure. The military outcome and subsequent international recognition isolated Pakistan and made holding him untenable. India's role. India, which was instrumental in the military victory, made Sheikh Mujib's safety and release a non-negotiable diplomatic priority. Global recognition. The rapid recognition of Bangladesh by major world powers following the end of the war further solidified the country's sovereignty. The international community saw Mujib as the legitimate leader of the newly formed state, not a political prisoner. Negotiation for POWs. The new government of Pakistan, under Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, faced the immediate crisis of nearly 93,000 Pakistani prisoners of war (POWs) held by the Indian Army. The return of these POWs was a crucial bargaining chip that India and the international community used to secure Mujib's safe release. Bhutto effectively traded the release of the Bangladeshi leader for the eventual return of the captured Pakistani soldiers. Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was released from prison in Pakistan on January 8, 1972, and returned to an independent Bangladesh on January 10, 1972.
Are you following? The history must repeat, and the protocol must be well observed. Do you hear? This Rahman of Bangladesh was once a politician in Pakistan. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a politician under Apoga in Nigeria, even when he was abroad. Did you not see him protesting, advocating for how Nigeria is going to be a better country, before he found out that Nigeria can never be a better country and he seek for his own people to be okay? Then he start fighting for freedom of his own people. Are you not seeing it? So tell me, what is his offense? His offense that he want to divide Nigeria. That British and Nigeria could not be able to sentence Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. Today, they said by all possible means that we don't. That's why I told that Nigeria will never let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu go. I told you. And I told that what they will do to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is they will sentence him and ask him to go to appeal court. What is the benefit? We don't need all this shenanigans. What we need is to focus, to support United States of Biafra, to get international recognition that we end all this shenanigans and all this mess. Then he come out and become a president of who? The Biafran people, if he wants. I want you to know there is no other way around. Running around is wasting time. Following all this. Tell me, all these leaders who fought for independence of a new country. What of Nelson Mandela? Did the court set him free? The answer is no. If you are looking for a court to set Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free, you are wasting time. What of Rahman of Bangladesh, who they put Pakistan sentenced to death, life sentence? Did the court release him? The answer is no. What of Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya? Did the court release him? The answer is no. What of Nelson Mandela? What of Mahatma of India? Did the court release him? The answer is no. What released them is recognition of their country. Is what released all of them out. They come south, become the president of their country. That is what brings all of them out. So how do you think that our own will be different? And this is the high time for us to do all this and make sure that we get it right. This is the time to get everything right in between. So I don't know why you are panicking. I don't know why you are crying. I don't know why you never on your own believe on what you will see that will come out from Nigeria. Immediately I start my research and now find my faith and now know there is nothing good that will come out from Nigeria. Even though those that are one Nigeria is against the injustice. The question, did it stop? It did not stop. Because only one thing will end it. It's also proved to you that the Biafran War of 1967 to 1970 has never ended. Do you understand it clearly? That is why you must know that the only solution is what? United States of Biafra recognition is the only solution into all these things that is playing out right now. That is all we needed. We only need to the world to give us what? The international recognition. The Biafra government has met all the criteria. Recognition of this new country is what we do what? Listen to this. How this recognition of a new declared country will help to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I want you to listen again. Listen, because we want to be going around. So for those doubting Thomas to know that nothing happens, that everything is in order. Listen.
Yes, the recognition of a new country declaration can significantly help to release a leader who is imprisoned for fighting for that new country, though it is a political and diplomatic process, not a guaranteed legal one. International recognition changes the political calculation for the holding state, often moving the issue from a purely domestic criminal matter to a significant international human rights and diplomatic dispute. Here is how recognition can impact the release of a leader. 1. Shift in the leader's status. The primary impact of recognition is how the leader is viewed by the international community and, critically, by the government holding them. Before recognition, the leader is typically labeled a criminal, traitor, or terrorist by the holding state, subject to its domestic criminal laws. After recognition, when other countries, especially powerful or influential ones, recognize the new state, the imprisoned leader is implicitly or explicitly recognized as the legitimate representative or head of state government in waiting of the new country. Their imprisonment is viewed by recognizing states as the unjust detention of a political figure or an act of repression against the right to self-determination. 2. Diplomatic and economic leverage. International recognition grants the new entity and its supporters powerful leverage tools that can be used to negotiate the leader's release. Bilateral relations. Recognizing states can make the release of the leader a precondition for establishing full diplomatic relations, signing trade agreements, or providing economic aid to the holding state. International forums. Recognition opens the door for the new state or its allies to raise the leader's imprisonment in high-profile forums like the UN Security Council, UN General Assembly, or the International Criminal Court, ICC, subjecting the holding state to public scrutiny and naming and shaming. Sanctions and inducements. Other states may use the threat or application of sanctions, economic or travel bans, against officials of the holding state as an inducement for the leader's release. This is a powerful form of human rights diplomacy. 3. Historical precedent. There are historical examples where the political recognition of a movement or a new state directly preceded the release of its imprisoned leader. Nelson Mandela, South Africa. While not a secessionist leader, the growing international recognition of the ANC, African National Congress, as the legitimate voice of the majority, coupled with massive international pressure and sanctions, was instrumental in his release in 1990. Other decolonization leaders. In many post-World War II independence movements, the formal recognition of the self-determination movement by UN bodies or key states often resulted in the release of its imprisoned leaders as a necessary step toward the final transfer of power. However, it is crucial to remember that recognition is a political act, and a single veto in the UN Security Council by an ally of the holding state can still block full UN membership, limiting the diplomatic leverage available.
Do you get it clearly? I will play it again. I will play it. So listen carefully here. For those who are happy, for those who are jubilating, for those that are feeling heartbroken, those who are feeling heartbroken. So please, you don't have to. I want to know that the freedom is here.
Yes, the recognition of a new country declaration.
I want to
can
understand
significantly
the importance of our declaration. How the declaration can help. How the declaration is the main key to set Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa free. That is one thing that I want to understand today. I want to understand that there is pure 100% chance that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not be there for 20 years. He's not going to be there for that life imprisonment. Unless if you are not supporting United States of Biafra or less, because recognition is out of politics that a country give to a new country.
He helped to release a leader who is imprisoned for fighting for that new country, though it is a political and diplomatic process, not a guaranteed legal one. International recognition changes the political calculation for the holding state, often moving the issue from a purely domestic criminal matter to a significant international human rights and diplomatic dispute. Here is how recognition can impact the release of a leader. 1. Shift in the leader's status. The primary impact of recognition is how the leader is viewed by the international community and, critically, by the government holding them. Before recognition, the leader is typically labeled a criminal, traitor, or terrorist by the holding state, subject to its domestic criminal laws. After recognition,
remember what they used to sentence Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Remember what Nigerian government used to sentence him. Remember, listen to the name callings, listen to the charges. He's not the first person, and he is not going to be the last person, because after Biafra, country will march somewhere, and they will read the history of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to them. That is why I told that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has entered into World Record Book of Guinness History Book. The same thing on Simon Ekpa.
when other countries, especially powerful or influential ones, recognize the new state, the imprisoned leader is implicitly or explicitly recognized as the legitimate representative or head of state government in waiting of the new country. Their imprisonment is viewed by recognizing states as the unjust detention of a political figure or an act of repression against the right to self-determination. 2. Diplomatic and economic leverage. International recognition grants the new entity and its supporters powerful leverage tools that can be used to negotiate the leader's release. Bilateral relations. Recognizing states can make the release of the leader a precondition for establishing full diplomatic relations, signing trade agreements, or providing economic aid to the holding state. International forums. Recognition opens the door for the new state or its allies to raise the leader's imprisonment in high-profile forums like the UN Security Council, UN General Assembly, or the International Criminal Court, ICC, subjecting the holding state to public scrutiny and naming and shaming. Sanctions and inducements. Other states may use the threat or application of sanctions, economic or travel bans, against officials of the holding state as an inducement for the leader's release. This is a powerful form of human rights diplomacy. 3. Historical precedent. There are historical examples where the political recognition of a movement or a new state directly preceded the release of its imprisoned leader. Nelson Mandela, South Africa. While not a secessionist leader, the growing international recognition of the ANC, African National Congress, as the legitimate voice of the majority, coupled with massive international pressure and sanctions, was instrumental in his release in 1990. Other decolonization leaders. In many post-World War II independence movements, the formal recognition of the self-determination movement by UN bodies or key states often resulted in the release of its imprisoned leaders as a necessary step toward the final transfer of power. However, it is crucial to remember that recognition is a political act, and a single veto in the UN Security Council by an ally of the holding state can still block full UN membership, limiting the diplomatic leverage available.
I will play it once again before we go into analysis. Why I'm playing for you to understand before we start our analysis. Like I said, our line is open in case if anyone want to call. The number to call still remain +9 7 33 60 51 337. That is number to call in case if you wish to call on this program. I will play it again to be ringing in your mind. So when we are doing our analysis, so you can also see what you can write on the comment section. Please, you can also record to send this voice, to send this document to many groups that are what need to hear it.
Yes, the recognition of a new country declaration can significantly help to release a leader who is imprisoned for fighting for that new country, though it is a political and diplomatic process, not a guaranteed legal one. International recognition changes the political calculation for the holding state, often moving the issue from a purely domestic criminal matter to a significant international human rights and diplomatic dispute. Here is how recognition can impact the release of a leader. 1. Shift in the leader's status. The primary impact of recognition is how the leader is viewed by the international community and, critically, by the government holding them. Before recognition, the leader is typically labeled a criminal, traitor, or terrorist by the holding state, subject to its domestic criminal laws. After recognition, when other countries, especially powerful or influential ones, recognize the new state, the imprisoned leader is implicitly or explicitly recognized as the legitimate representative or head of state government in waiting of the new country. Their imprisonment is viewed by recognizing states as the unjust detention of a political figure or an act of repression against the right to self-determination. 2. Diplomatic and economic leverage. International recognition grants the new entity and its supporters powerful leverage tools that can be used to negotiate the leader's release. Bilateral relations. Recognizing states can make the release of the leader a precondition for establishing full diplomatic relations, signing trade agreements, or providing economic aid to the holding state. International forums. Recognition opens the door for the new state or its allies to raise the leader's imprisonment in high-profile forums like the UN Security Council, UN General Assembly, or the International Criminal Court, ICC, subjecting the holding state to public scrutiny and naming and shaming. Sanctions and inducements. Other states may use the threat or application of sanctions, economic or travel bans, against officials of the holding state as an inducement for the leader's release. This is a powerful form of human rights diplomacy. 3. Historical precedent. There are historical examples where the political recognition of a movement or a new state directly preceded the release of its imprisoned leader. Nelson Mandela, South Africa. While not a secessionist leader, the growing international recognition of the ANC, African National Congress, as the legitimate voice of the majority, coupled with massive international pressure and sanctions, was instrumental in his release in 1990. Other decolonization leaders. In many post-World War II independence movements, the formal recognition of the self-determination movement by UN bodies or key states often resulted in the release of its imprisoned leaders as a necessary step toward the final transfer of power. However, it is crucial to remember that recognition is a political act, and a single veto in the UN Security Council by an ally of the holding state can still block full UN membership, limiting the diplomatic leverage available.
Yes, I hope you have listened carefully. Now we'll be doing what we normally do. We are going to be play and be pausing and bringing it down to every layman understanding with our common way. That is why we are here. I am not here because I'm an educated human being, no, but I'm here for us to just use our common sense to understand, for you to be calm, for you to be focused, for you to understand that what happened yesterday, it's a means that Biafra is a sovereign state.
Yes, the recognition of a new country declaration can significantly help to release a leader who is imprisoned for fighting for that new country, though it is a political and diplomatic process, not a guaranteed legal one.
I hope you listen carefully. Yes, the recognition of a new country declaration can significantly help to release a leader who is imprisoned for fighting for the new country. Is what? The answer is yes. Recognition of who? United States of Biafra, that was redeclared on November 29, 2024, will lead to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, to be released. Mas Simon Ekpa Njoku, the prime minister of United States of Biafra, to be released. This is one thing that you have to understand. That is why you must give your all to United States of Biafra. Kevin, good morning from here. This is why I am calling on you to support United States of Biafra. And this is why I'm calling on you also, please, to like and share this program. If it's your first time coming, there is a 3 dots in front of your phone. On top of your screen, there is a 3 dot update where I'm pointing my hand. Just click on it It will open, you will see, like, and share. It doesn't remove anything from you. It will not kick you out from the page, because the thing is inside the page. So please go on and do that. Like and share. Can you do that? So, recognition of the United States of Biafra, I've been hitting on this. Nothing good will come out from Nigeria. Nigeria will never release him. Nigeria is regretting that they did not jail Ojukwu in the first place, that they did not jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in first time they captured him in Lagos State. You don't know? Because they said, oh, if you did not let him go that time, that many people that has been into this Biafra will not. And maybe the case could have been died. And it might be true. It might be true, because with what Chike Doziem and Uchemefo did, how do you think Biafra will come? They don't know the road. They don't know the road that leads to the freedom. They never knew it at all. The only agitation, protest. Protest is a political pressure once you have declared your country. It's when it is more important. For Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released, what will happen? You must come tomorrow, being Saturday, to support United States of Biafra. You must take instruction. You must obey all the orders and the laws that are coming from the United States of Biafra. Only what we are lacking as a sovereign state is what? Recognition. Once recognition from the country like Israel, Canada, Russia. If Russia can give Afghanistan recognition after 5 years, what of we that we are not into armed struggle? What of we that we are into peaceful and diplomatic political movement? We can. And now that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being held in the DSS dungeon, is also the time that holding him is the time that the world will look at what we have been saying. And another evidence of putting Nigeria on a country of particular concern is also another evidence to the world why Biafran people make a declaration, and also to prove us right under the UN Charter of Self-Determination. They said, when you are experiencing inhuman treatment, torture, intimidation, abuse of rights, killings, kidnapping, disappearance of your people, that you only have option to make a declaration under self-determination for having your own new country to protect and govern yourself. That is what they told us in the UN Charter that we have been reading all and all. So we are calling on the Amina Mohammed, the president of the UN, to do the needful this time around. I know that UK, their hand is due to be in that position, because they want anybody who Islamize the Christians, is what they want. America, it's not just about Christians, it's about Islamization. And for those that are being killed, or those that are alive not to be Islamized, they must have rights under self-determination, or having the Northerners, the Arewa must have their country to protect their own border. The Oduduwa must have their country to protect their own border. Biafran people already have their own country. America give recognition to help you, to help Donald Trump to stop the killing of the Christians in Nigeria. The recognition of Biafra, we end insecurity. The recognition of Biafra, we end the killings of the indigenous people. The recognition of Biafra, we end inhuman treatment. The recognition of Biafra, we end child abuse. It will end impunity that is going on in Nigeria today. It will end the genocide that is going on. That is why the recognition is all we need. That is why we are calling on the world leaders. That is why we are calling on the world leaders. So now that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being jailed, is being sentenced, like when Nelson Mandela was being sentenced, you did something. But we have more to do on our own. Yes, which is true. The Biafran people has more to do. Because the time of Nelson Mandela, the NHC, they continue mounting political pressure, including protests, including anything they can be able to do to seek the international recognition. Because in Igbo language they said, no go on the world powers, their country might be nice, might be okay. It's you who are sick need to look for doctor. So that is why we must look for them. That is why we are bringing their laws out to remind them what they asked us to do, and we are doing it. That is what have to come to recognize Biafra, for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be free forever and ever, and nobody will call him any name again. You know, before they jail any leader, there is name they call them. Listen as we continue. How the international recognition can change the political calculation of the holding stage, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that Nigeria that is a holding stage that holds Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, how our recognition can change everything automatically. And on this is only where he will be free. On this is the way that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going to be forever and ever.
International recognition changes the political calculation for the holding state, often moving the issue from a purely domestic criminal matter to a significant international human rights and diplomatic dispute.
Do you hear that? International recognition of the United States of Biafra, the political calculation of the holding state, often moving the issue from a purely domestic criminal matters to subsequent international human rights and the diplomatic departure. Do you see that our recognition is going to change everything? Now they sentence him as a common criminal. Now they sentence him as an terrorist. Now they sentence him what all this nonsense shenanigan of law they read against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you see that the recognition of Biafra will end and stop all this? That is why I'm calling on you to stop falling back. So stop being in IPOB that are underground waiting for him to come out. To stop being on the autopilot. To stop going to CRC, rather, to move in to support United States of Biafra as a state that is going to get recognition, that is going to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out and Simon Ekpa Njoku. That is what brings many of them out. Rahman of Bangladesh, Nelson Mandela, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Mahatma. These are those that the same was sentenced to life imprisonment, or even Rahman was sentenced to death. But what happened? Recognition of Bangladesh as a country bring him out, and he become the president of Bangladesh after the assassination. They used assassination to buy him. You must listen.
Here is how recognition can impact the release of a leader.
Here is how recognition can impact the release of our leader, our President Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Listen. Do not be shying away. Do not be listening to all these things that does not matter. The way we are now, we must cease fire on attack on each other. Honestly, to present to the world that we already know that thing that you want us to do. To present to the world that we already know what is lacking. To present to the world that we already know the history. We already find the truth out where you hide it. So come to the rescue of the Biafran people by giving us international recognition from you, and also endorse us in the UN, in the United Nations Committee, that Biafra has become a sovereign state that are going to give peace to the world, that are going to give peace to the indigenous people, that are going to give peace to every human who lives in the Africa.
1. Shift in the leader's status. The primary impact of...
Number one is going to shift the leader status. Like, listen, you hear it.
Recognition is how the leader is viewed by the international community and, critically, by the government holding them. Before recognition, the leader is typically labeled a criminal, traitor, or terrorist by the holding state, subject to its domestic criminal laws.
What happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu yesterday? What happened to Simon Ekpa? Before recognition, the leader is typically labeled a criminal, traitor, or terrorist by the holding state happen to be who? Nigeria government. On their shenanigan happened on yesterday, being Thursday. Are you not hearing it? This is on the case they hold him. Because of what? That time he was kidnapped and putting onto all this and Simon Ekpa. Biafra has never been re-declared. Once a declaration happens, seek for recognition. They have tagged him all these domestic criminal laws. After recognition, all will be vanished. Listen.
After recognition, when other countries, especially powerful or influential ones, recognize the new state.
After recognition, when other countries, especially powerful or influenced ones, recognize the new state, what will happen? Listen to what will happen. Now, listen to that person who is they labeled a common criminal, traitor, terrorist, inciting violence, hate speech, and all what none they are reading in that contraction called Nigeria. Look at how the recognition of Biafra will trash that nonsense out.
The imprisoned leader is implicitly or explicitly recognized as the legitimate representative or head of state government in waiting of the new country.
Do you hear that? The imprisoned leader is simplicity or especially recognized as the legitimate representative or head of a state government in waiting of the new country. He is here waiting for recognition. Then the international global community will now intervene. They will now see him as what? Legitimate representative, you and I. That is why they sentence him to life imprisonment. The only way you can do to change it is by what? By supporting United States of Biafra to get recognition, so he will be free. Are you hearing it? I am only explaining what the document is all about. What has happened and how the world, what the source and how everything is going to interfere. The same thing has happened to Rahman. You heard what about Rahman. Nelson Mandela, Mahatma Gandhi of India. These are those that such a thing has happened to. But look at how all of them was being uplifted by recognition of their countries, and they become the president. They come to what? The world come to understand that these are no longer a mere criminal. They are no longer terrorists. They are no longer using hate speech on them.
Their imprisonment is viewed by recognizing states as the unjust detention of a political figure or an act of repression against the right to self-determination.
Do you hear it? Today is favor of Nigeria, but tomorrow it's not going to be in their favor anymore. The imprisonment is viewed by recognizing state as unjust detention of a political figure or an act of a prison against the right of self-determination. Recognition make a self-determination number one. That is why the only option, like I always sitting on you, is to come and recognize United States of Biafra as your own government. Please, if you never like the program, there is a 3 dots in front of your phone. Click on that to open. You will see like and share. Continue to doing that, please. You are making the program to go viral. Do not be down because of that Mazan Kano was sentenced. No, it's a time to seek for international recognition. It is also a time to change his status, that he's a president of a new country that are seeking for recognition. Once the recognition appears, Nigeria has no single right home as Nnamdi Kanu. And if you want it very fast, put your J and the Gemma on Saturday in the fundraising. Give all you have with all your mind. Then recognition will be there. He will be free. Do not mind those shenanigans that are going on. Do not mind those people. They never meant well. They never want to be able to become a country. They don't know the road. They don't know the template. That is why they are messing up today in social media. That is why they are messing up in social media. Because they want continuously fooling you. In the name of Biafra, you subscribe, you comment, you share. They will making their money with their monetized page. I hope it is sound and clear to you today that recognition is what will bring Mazen Nnamdi Kanu out. The origin of who? The origin of a state called United States of Biafra, not the origin of fallback, not the origin of bridge government in exile. No, it is a recognition of what United States of Biafra as a country is what will bring him out. Are you following? These are things that are very common. These are things that we have to know. Nobody speak for Igbos again. So Biafra will speak for Igbos. The declaration of United States of Biafra is what is going to trigger release of the chain and the madness of Nigeria. The chain that Nigeria has put themselves into. We don't have time to reply to idiot, to fools. So, I hope you are following. This is why Biafra recognition, this is why Mazen Kanu is going to be free. This is why anybody who is telling another thing in this world, do not pay attention. Pay your attention, focused on supporting United States of Biafra, led by the Ngozi Orabueze. That is the one the world are going to recognize. And for that recognition, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu will be set free.
2. Diplomatic and economic leverage. International recognition grants the new entity and its supporters powerful leverage tools that can be used to negotiate the leader's release.
Do you hear that? International recognition grant the new entity, the new country, and its supporters a powerful leverage tool that can be used to negotiate Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa release. Those are the things that we are going to use to secure what? To secure the release. It's not about what you think. It's not about how you feel. It is about the international global community set eyes and the laws we have to follow for us to get international recognition. Recognition is not going by any group. I'm telling you gospel truth. Recognition goes to a declared new country with a document, which happens that it is in the hand of Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, who made that declaration. The world will not leave someone who make a declaration who is alive and recognize someone who did not make a declaration. Do not be deceived. Do not be deceived. We're also going to give you by tomorrow difference between a declared country and undeclared country. Difference between someone who make a declaration, who is alive, seeking recognition, and someone who deviates from the group, who left the declaration and claim another group. How the world sees all of them. The world has everything in storeroom for us. In the library of the world, of the histories, everything is there. Instead of taking time to think of what we put in the machine to bring out what the something that they're looking for.
Bilateral relations. Recognizing states can make the release of the leader a precondition for establishing full diplomatic relations, signing trade agreements, or providing economic aid to the holding state.
I hope you are following. Recognition states can make the release of the leader a what? Establishment fully diplomatic relations. To establish fully diplomatic relations. Once we get recognition, everything is involved. That's why I'm asking you, please stand up. Do not feel down if you're an Igbo man. If you are from Southeastern region, if you're a lover of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, do not be down in your mind. Come up, stand up. Give your support to recognition of Biafra that will set him free. Give your recognition to the Biafra that will set Mazen Nnamdi Kanu free. Give your attention, give your support to the United States of Biafra that is going to free Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. When you give your support to this USB government that was officially declared a new country, nothing else we are looking for. Recognition is what we are telling you here. That is the main key to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is what trigger release of. That is what makes Rahman Bangladesh to be released. That is what makes Nelson Mandela his own time to release. That's what makes Magahandi release and the other, or Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya. These are those that has been in this colony of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa. They all been released because of what? They got international recognition of their new country. What is the work of this new country, the government of the new country? They will establish what? Diplomatic relations, sign treaties, agreements, and they provide economic aid to the holding state. Nigeria is going to, they don't know what is coming to them. That is what out of it. They never knew. The autonomy is a game of 1967 to 1970. They don't know this in this new generation. There is many ways to kill a rat. Nigeria is a rat that must be killed.
International forums. Recognition opens the door for the new state or its allies to raise the leader's imprisonment in high-profile forums like the UN Security Council, UN General Assembly, or the International Criminal Court, ICC, subjecting the holding state to public scrutiny and naming and shaming.
Do you hear that? Recognition opens the door for the new states, for the new country, or its allies to rise the leader in impeachment in a high-profile form like the UN Security Council. It is their time, but recognition is what is holding us. That is why we are begging, asking the world. That's why we are ordering them to recognize us. If America really mean that they want to stop the genocide that's going on in Nigeria, we Biafran people, we end it without you coming. Just we end this genocide that's going on in Nigeria without America coming. That is why Biafra recognition is sacrosanct, to save every indigenous person that was being sentenced to death by Nigeria Fulani jihadists that want to Islamize everybody. This Islamic agenda that is killing the indigenous people is what Biafra we open up, and nobody will kill anybody again. Everybody will stay according to their tribal line. Everybody will be in there according to their tribal line. Now the recognition makes the imprisonment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Once we get recognition, then we will fight and send a document to the Security Council of the UN General Assembly or the International Community Court, ICC. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not sentenced, we cannot do all these things. It is now he was sentenced, and we give them the documents how Nigeria sentenced him, and the evidence is that Nigeria used to sentence him. They said here that after submitting all the subjects of holding state on public security and that we put Nigeria in shame. That's why my comment today, I told you that Nigeria is a shame to the whole world. To become a country, to call them, they become a Nigeria is a disgrace to the Commonwealth, to the Commonwealth. Nigeria is a disgrace to UN. Nigeria is a disgrace to EU. Nigeria is a disgrace to AU. Every organization in the world that have Nigeria as their member. Nigeria is bringing disgrace to you. And because of you are rapporting with that, the same corruption that Nigeria, the same calamity, the same genocide might face you if you refuse to sanction Nigeria. Bring them out from that groups. They don't deserve to be there because they don't have a common sense. Britain is the one advising you that Nigeria is like this, Nigeria is like that one. UK and London, what they are doing. So it's no longer a time to continue to hide this impunity that is going on.
Sanctions and inducements. Other states may use the threat or application of sanctions, economic or travel bans, against officials of the holding state as an inducement for the leader's release. This is a powerful form of human rights diplomacy. 3. Historical precedent.
No. Listen. Now, when Biafra seek the international recognition and send a document or get recognition from the UN, what will happen? They will now request, they will introduce to other countries that Nigeria must be sanctioned. They must place ban on Nigeria. They must place what ban to Nigeria as a country to travel to countries like Canada, to countries like Sweden, countries like America, all these countries that are women, that love freedom of people, that values life, that respects human rights, they will all sanction Nigeria, place a travel ban to all these countries will place it. Then this is how everything happens. This is all about a new country getting recognition that will lead to release our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoku, the Prime Minister and the President. These are pure truth that we almost all know. Nobody will hide the truth from us. So please, UN, human rights, under self-determination, Biafra is calling on you to give us our international recognition that is going to save the life of the indigenous people, that are going to stop all these videos I'm going to play out to you, because we have evidence why the Biafran people exit Nigeria. What is the offense of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that was sentenced to life imprisonment? Listen to his offense. One minute, my people.
Them that they cannot do anything about it. A whole presidency in a country openly and brazenly supporting terrorists. All of you watching and listening all over the world, you know that Miyetti Allah is a terrorist organization. You know that.
Because of the exposition he made.
Benue State is theirs for the taking as a spoil of war. All of you are aware of it. You know what they are doing. Anywhere you have Fulani headsmen, terrorists for that matter, they tell you, oh, they are pastoralists. They are allowed to do their businesses in the forest. All of you are aware of it. But you kept quiet, hoping that somehow Tinubu will emerge as the president, or an Igbo man will come as the president, and your family will start enjoying. But in the meantime, you have no more farmlands, you have no more forests, you have nowhere you can call your own home. The same stupidity exhibited by Hausa peasants that enabled Fulani to take Sokoto from them, that enabled Fulani to take Katsina from them, that enabled Fulani to take even Kanu from them. Every Hausa land is occupied either by a Fulani emir or a Fulani governor. Some of you don't want to reason, you don't ever learn that the main aim of Fulani is to conquer your land and enslave you. Look at Hausa people today. As I wrote yesterday, they are worse than a discarded tissue paper. They are worth nothing. Only their language is what is relevant in their lives. Everything else is lost. All of you are repeating the exact same mistakes that the Hausas made. That is why they are in trouble. And that is why they can never ever come out of it. They are all suffering from what I would an advanced version of the Stockholm Syndrome. Can you imagine that these people came into their land and took it over and they cannot do anything about it? Hausa is gone. It took Fulani very many years before they came out of their shell to say we are Fulani. Remember before, many years ago, they said we are Hausa Fulani. We are Hausa Fulani. Because that time, their subjugation of the Hausa race hasn't been completed. Now they have completed it. Have they not completed it? Then what is happening right now? I ask you what is happening now. Fulani have now come out to tell you we are Fulani people. Is that not what they are saying now? They are not telling you we are Fulani. No more Hausa Fulani. What does that tell you? That the Hausa race no longer exists. Do you want the same thing to happen to you? Do you want the same thing to happen to your families, to your villages? Do you want your towns, let's say Bomosho, to be renamed into a Fulani name? Do you want Onisha to answer a Fulani name? Forget all the nonsense about unity of Nigeria. All they are uniting against is your common interest. Unless you prefer epileptic power supply, unless you prepare to live your whole life without running water, unless you want to live in abject poverty and deprivation, your only alternative is a revolution. Let nobody discourage you. All the countries of the world doing very, very well. They all went through a revolution. You must go through it. If you don't go through it, you can never ever survive. As a people, Fulani will take you over. As simple as that. This very day, we are making it known to the whole world that the Muslim extremist dictatorship masquerading as a secular democratic government must be demolished. It must be demolished for you to survive. They have to be demolished. If you do not demolish them, your lives will end very, very miserably. I assure you. I assure you. The zoo is on its knees. Everybody knows that the zoo called Nigeria is on its knees. Who doesn't know that? Everybody knows. Nothing is functioning. You are all aware of it. When they say go and register for NIM or whatever rubbish is called, all of you took that without legislation, without any laws. Fulani can control you however they like. Once they announce it, Yoruba newspapers very foolishly and stupidly will support them because they want Tinubu as the president. And you are all dying every blessed day. You are all dying every day. Had you people risen up to say that what is happening in Nigeria is bad, there is no way that First Orante's daughter will not be alive today. That is the price you pay for duplicity. That is the price you pay for treachery. That is the price you will continue to pay until you rise up and say enough is enough. It is up to you to do it. You did it during NSAS. You can do it again. Can you imagine Fulani people telling you, if you remove Fulanis from Yoruba forest, imagine Fulani telling you, if you remove them from your ancestral lands, there will be war, and you are panicking. And you have not asked yourself, why are they not saying something about the East? Why did they not say to Eastern Security Network? Why did they not say to me, if you don't stop evacuating Fulani terrorists from the forest, there will be war? Because they know. They understand psychologically that you don't have what it takes to resist them. Do you know why Borno State is still alive? Why you still have the Kanuri people in Borno today? Was because they resisted the Fulani centuries ago. You have to go back to history to understand how Nigeria came into existence. Fulani has been expanding from day one, from Senegambia. All the way from Senegambia, they've been expanding, and now they are in Okigwe. All the way from Senegambia. They are now in Okigwe. And you're asking us to somehow fold our hands and keep quiet because of 2023, because one idiot is going to come out to become a president, because of that rubbish, because of that nonsensical notion, we should fold our hands and wait until we are overrun by the Janjaweed from the Sahel. Is that how reasonable people think? Is that how people that wish to survive as a race, is that how they reason? It is very, very shocking that some of you do not understand what the Fulanis have in store for you. Very, very soon it is going to happen. And when it happens, your eyes will clear. And about whom you will see it very clearly. I was warning you in 2014, 2015, 2016. They said he's a warmonger. He's a warmongering. I went to America and I told World Igbo Congress that this war you are avoiding is going to come to your villages. They said, no, it's not going to happen. What is happening today?
I hope you listen. This is what is going on. And this is why we are telling you that Biafra is only hope to solve this impunity. Listen to this again.
Nigerians. So yesterday's date is the 20th of
Sorry, before
November,
we further go on.
2025.
Yes, they
Yesterday
sentenced
night.
him to life imprisonment, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, because he made his position about all that is happening today. Let me ask you, all that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has been prophesied has all never come to fulfillment. Everything that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is prophesying, everything that he's made his position that made everything that made Nigeria to sentence Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. Is it not true? Are they not happening today? Are they not happening today? That is why he's a prophet. That is why he's a seer of 21st century.
Bandits in their numbers attacked. They stormed St. Mary Primary and
Christian
St.
school.
Mary Private Primary and Secondary School, Papri and Gwara local government area of Niger State. They stormed that school yesterday night. These guys came with over 60 motorcycles. 60. I'm just telling you fact. 60 motorcycles, and they came also with van. They came with van. Now, that school is a boarding school. A mixed boarding school with boys and girls. They kidnap over, right now, I can't give you the exact number of students or pupils that are missing, but it is over
Yesterday being 20.
100.
Okay.
I'm telling you that fact, over 100 people are said to be missing, including teachers and students. This one happened yesterday night in Niger State here. Papri, the school name is St. Mary Private Primary and Secondary School, Papri and Gwara local government area of Niger State. These guys came with over 60 bikes and van. Right now, we can tell you, I can confirm to you right now that the number of people that are missing is not yet verified. But
this man is from North.
100.
He called himself English Alaji. He's an full Hausa man.
Was full.
Giving details. This is a Biafran.
So guys, these guys have started going to schools now.
That is all
Yeah,
these
yeah.
are the prophets of Mazen and
You know the
the
story.
And the
They
world
have
did not
war
listen.
with bandits. So now they have shifted attention to schools now.
Okay.
They are now shifted attention
From
to
church.
public schools.
Last
You know,
one was on Sunday
it
on
was
church.
Maga.
Oh,
When they
Maga.
kidnapped 25.
Church.
We are still looking for the 25 that they kidnapped. Oh,
Okay.
yet to be found. Oh, they kidnapped another one again yesterday night.
Sir, yesterday I spoke bitterly at Kubon, a village in Boy district.
Look at them. The people of North, what they are passing through. People of Benua.
These people came and they killed 7 people.
7 people killed.
What actually pains us most is it has already been in record that the Moabul man has never attempted attacking a person. We have never done that. We've been piping our youths. And indeed, the Moabul man is a law-abiding person. Yet, these people, they are persisting. What actually is paining us most is when our youth, stand to defend, to react, the security personnel are fighting us.
Do you hear it?
They are fighting us.
Because they're in agent, they have a mission. They have a mission to Islamize all over Nigeria. That is why you hear when the youth rise up to defend themselves, Nigeria's security apparatus will start fighting the youth. Is it from Mazen and the Kano? Is it from the Biafran people is coming out? Is from those who even still believe in one Nigeria. Until they understand why that Mazen and the Kano is being sentenced to life imprisonment because of all of them, they will now know what to come. Because ndị banyes na onye Igbo adịrị agba ọsọ n'ntị mmiri achara ndị Nigeria do not understand. Now they begin to understand why Mazen Kano is the prophet of our time.
Injured by these soldiers. I don't actually know. Have they come to secure the life of people or to fight the people?
They come to fight the people.
That the Fulani man is the man that is always attacking us. They knew and they have done nothing about it. Besides that also, I want to say this to your hearing, Commissioner of Police. Hear this very, very well. The people used to come with sophisticated weapons. Sophisticated weapons. I have an exhibit of what happened. What is this? What color? Which color is this? Is this not army green? This is what they use. But when our boys will come
Yes,
with their
the army,
load,
because their brothers who was rehabilitated and put into military are the one giving them equipment, the the grenades they used to come.
Sir, yesterday I spoke
That is why.
bitterly.
Do you know what the Fulani told them, Autumn? A TV man
Listen.
from Benin. If you want us to stop killing your people, you must give us Ruga. And some of you don't know what Ruga means. Ruga means exactly the same thing that the Fulanis did to Hausa people when they came to Gobe. Sokoto, the name is Gober, G-O-B-I-R. They came to Gobe. They said, oh, we want our own Fulani settlement, we our own Ruga. That was how they started. Fulani quarters. From there, as they said, till today, the rest is now history. They swallowed the Hausa race and rendered Hausa useless.
That is
The
why
only
they
thing the
sentenced
Hausa
him
people
to
have is just
death.
their
All
land.
the exposition he
Everything
made.
else is gone.
The prophecy he gave to the world.
Their industry, their creativity, everything, even their humanity. Fulani even took away Hausa humanity. Because a Hausa person is a nice person. I believe the nicest group of people in the zoo called Nigeria. Very nice, decent, humble and truthful. A typical Hausa man is decent, humble and truthful. Even Fulani took that away from them.
This is why they sentenced him. We are playing, listen.
Kenya, of course, to complete the circle, is also problematic. It is in this country that Nnamdi Kanu was abducted, and I acted for Nnamdi Kanu, and we have gotten a judgment in his favor. The government has been condemned to pay 10 million and taken to Nigeria, and is in prison in Nigeria. It is in this country that Kizza Besigye was abducted. It cannot be right. If you look at international law, rendition is something that we should not allow. People should be allowed to exercise their democratic rights, even if we don't agree with them. So you see, there is a crisis. We are signatories to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. We are signatories to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and all the UN charters.
Okay.
Why do we create an environment where people who don't agree with us become our enemies? It is a competition of ideas, so that what is happening in this region is that fear is being used by those in political leadership as an instrument of paralyzing the population into silence.
Will the population agree to that when you look at it?
History is consistent that you can only paralyze
Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra is in the war stage.
The things that we see, for example, that we saw in the Arab Spring that brought down governments, what we have seen in the streets of Africa, it started in Nairobi, Kenya.
Okay.
It did not go the full length. We saw it in Cameroon. It did not go the full length.
Okay.
We saw it in Abidjan. It did not go the full length. We saw it in Dar es Salaam. It did not go the full length. It went the full length in Madagascar. It went the full length in Bangladesh.
Did you hear it?
It went the full length in Nepal.
Did you hear it?
Demonstration and protest is the language of the unheard. And wisdom has always required and demanded at once that you listen to people, because you are trustee to hold public office. Why do we call people in public office honorable? It is not because of them. It is the office that we honor. Why do we call them excellencies? They are not, may not even be excellent. Many times in Africa they are not. But it is the institution, the offices that they hold for the sake of the nation. When they begin to think that they are demigods, they must remember there was a French Revolution. They must remember that there was the Turkish revolt. They must remember that people people rose the student protest in 1960s in Europe, they must remember that the colonialist was here and they left. And the sooner
They
they
never
do so,
left
they must
Nigeria.
remember that recently Bashar al-Assad left for Moscow with a suitcase.
You hear that?
They must remember that Rajuel in Madagascar disappeared. We do not know where they are. They must remember that Sheikh Hasina is hiding. Nobody knows where she is.
Okay.
When we get to a point, and it's very
I hope
interesting with
you are
these
hearing.
scenarios that we're experiencing now.
But
then on
our
the
own
other
is that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu single-handedly waited for Biafra to become a country. The emergency of the United States of Biafra declaration will put an end to all that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is passing through, and he will be released. You hear this from him. People respect him in Africa. Kenya. That's why I said my message to Kenya is you must bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu back to Kenya. Or you must be the first one in Africa to recognize Biafra as a country. You must be the first one, Kenya, to give Biafra recognition as a sovereign state. That is only where we forgive Kenya. We will come fully on Kenya. Now they have sentenced him after they kidnapped him in your country. If you did not recognize Biafra as a country, we will come after you. And it's not going to be easy. We are sending one into Kenya government to recognize United States of Biafra that we free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Kenya government, Kenya as a country, Kenya as a nation, you must recognize Biafra to free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now that Nigeria has sentenced him, we are calling on you to give recognition to the United States of Biafra as a sovereign state to end the incarceration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He was kidnapped 5 years ago from you, from your country. He was kidnapped 5 good years ago. And yesterday, being 20th of November, Nigeria sentenced him to life imprisonment. Someone who was fully entered into your country, and you are there, he disappeared. We are asking Kenya right now that the only option you have to please our mind is by recognizing United States of Biafra declared on November 29, 2024 as recognition that Biafra is a sovereign state, so we can demand immediate release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We can also negotiate to Nigeria to let him go. He is a president of United States of Biafra. Kenya, direct one into you. You must release you must recognize us now. Kenya, you must recognize Biafra to make up your rubbish and stupidity, or Biafran people will come after you. We will make all your embassy very hot in the world. We will make all your embassy very hot in the world. This is my message to you. My fellow Biafrans, thanks so much for being here today. We have spent 4 hours and here. So I thank you for being here. We will continue tomorrow morning, the same time again tomorrow morning. May we rise to support United States of Biafra, to seek recognition, to get recognition that we sent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa free. All is in the hands of United States of Biafra, but we are the one to support, give them what they want. Saturday is our fundraising. Please fund the government. The recognition is on the hand. Through your funding, they will put all the necessary documents down and do all they can do also to protect the Biafra land as a sovereign state. Please, my people, we are here as one people. Do not be down. The sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a way for us to get our fully international recognition. You have had it here, live and direct. Her recognition will serve him out. Tomorrow, we will continue from where we stop on number 3. Please, from me, from here, it is a wonderful day to you. Bye for now.